sit, we start now. We have a long day of work. We have a long day of work. By the way, I use this opportunity to tell you that for those who want, there will be a working lunch. If you have not enough with the sessions, so you can enjoy a working lunch. In addition, this will be given either in the lunch room or very close to the lunch room. We have yet to see that. It will be on the Charter of Ethics and, for Science and Technology, which has been drafted by the Interparliamentary Union. And this is an opportunity for us, for those who wish, to interact with the parliamentarians, with the working group on science and technology, to have the first presentation and discussion on this charter, which will be presented to all of you during the session Science and Ethics at the end of this day, together with all the other speeches on science and ethics. So this side event, this working lunch, will be chaired by Michel Larive and Mokhtar Omar. Both of them will introduce and you can enjoy the discussion with them. They are willing to interact with you and to get feedback from you for the charter. It's the last moment to give them feedback before they release this charter. Okay, so so much, Mokhtar, this is okay? Perfect, okay. Thank you. So we will start this first roundtable on environment and biodiversity. It will be followed by a subsequent roundtable on sustainability and resources. So like yesterday, where you saw that the two roundtables were coherent with each other, this time also, this morning, it will be very coherent. We start with environment and biodiversity, and then we face the problem of sustainability. But this is very complementary. So I think that everyone is there now. Let me just introduce the session. So just 1 minute that I switch on this. So, sorry. This roundtable will be will have the participation of Michel Jarraud here, former Secretary General of the World Meteorological Organization. He will give the keynote address, about 10 minutes. Then, in order to have a more lively session, I will give you the floor so that you can start to ask questions. Michel can reply, or the panelists can reply, depending on the exact questions. After that, I will give the floor to each panelist. I will start with Dominique Leglu, who is journalist, and Eric Guillardi has many competences, but this time it will be more waking young people, sensibilizing young people to the issue of environment and biodiversity. So in some sense, both Dominique and Eric, in their own area, are sensibilizing the population to these problems. Young people for Eric, and the general audience for Dominique. And then we will move to concrete actions in Malaysia with, so this was Dominique Leglu and Eric Guillardi. In Malaysia with Zulfiqar Yassin, you will report on what you are doing in the ocean and in the biodiversity. And then we will have Tan Hoang in Vietnam, Auburn University. You will report on what you are doing in Vietnam concretely for biodiversity. Okay? So general report, sensibilization, concrete examples. Okay. So in general, I mean the spirit is that we will address the impossible equation of facing global challenges while still improving well-being and acting for global equity and for a lively and healthy planet. So this is the message that we have all in mind. So Michel, you can start. Maybe yes, you can come here it will be easier for you.
Yeah, by the way, while we are waiting for the screen, I want to confirm that not everyone is called Michel in France, although it's no. So I want to reassure you. Okay, now. So, what I would like to do today in the 10 minutes, Michel, that I have, I would like to deal, of course, with the subject of this conference, science, ethics, and human development, but bringing a climate perspective, a climate angle on that issue. And if you can put already, it's okay, if you can put the first slide, it will be. Is it showing? Yes. Yeah. Perfect. Thank you. So in my introduction slide, I like this little cartoon because it shows the human dimension on the left, the ethics on the right, and how to bridge the gap, which is essentially where I believe science has a big role to play, how to bridge this gap. So sustainable development, we all heard about sustainable development, and you have seen, I'm sure you have seen this picture on many, many occasions. The key message for me on this picture is that if you take any of the 17 sustainable development goals here on this slide, each of them is related to all the others. You cannot deal with any of these goals in isolation. You have to deal with the interaction, and you have a huge matrix to manage. And it's a very complex issue. And to illustrate that, you see on this graphic, what I wanted to say is that the world that we know now is, we have multiple crises. We have more and more crises, and all these crises are interconnected. So this is an old graphic that I've shown in many conferences, but of course I've added a new ellipse, a big one, which is the Ukraine war. And I've added that on top of it because it does influence, it does have an impact on food security, as we know, on the economic crisis, financial crisis. Actually, it has an impact on climate change because of the energy dimension of that, on the refugees. So you see it has multiple dimensions, and you cannot deal with any of these issues by ignoring the others. So we have to deal with that in a holistic fashion. But at the same time, we cannot deal with all the interaction. It's impossible, too many interactions. So we have to identify a few key things, and in the UN system, we have called them some nexus, and how to deal with the critical one in order to make progress. So I said I want to give, I will not spend too much time on that because this is not the objective of the conference, but to explain my following slides, I still need to remind us of a few things. This is extracted from the latest IPCC report, the 6th assessment cycle. And the news are really frightening in many respects. CO2 concentration, they are the highest in at least 2 million years. You will see this word at least on several occasions. So it is the biggest in at least 2 million years. Sea level rise is the fastest rate in at least 3,000 years, and it is accelerating. Arctic sea ice is disappearing very fast. It's the lowest level in at least 1,000 years. Glacier retreat, unprecedented in at least 2,000 years. So we are living in a world with unprecedented changes in the climate context. And we also know that human beings are responsible for this change. It's because of human influence that the climate has been warming at a rate which is unprecedented in the last 2,000 years. Again, this is extracted from the last IPCC report. On the left, you have the temperature evolution over the last 2,000 years. But you also see on the left a little vertical bar, which is the estimate with some uncertainty of the temperature evolution in the last 100,000 years. And you see now we are most likely above that. So we are living in something which is unprecedented in human history. And why are we so confident that it's due to human beings? And this is, again, from the IPCC report, this is the right graphic. You see the evolution of the last 170 years of the temperature, the global temperature on the surface of this planet. And the observed one is the black curve. The bottom curve with some gray area, which correspond to the uncertainty, correspond to what you can get if you don't take into account human factors. So there's no way you can reproduce what we see if we don't take into account the human influence. If you do take it into account, this is the brown curve on the top, and you see we are much closer to what we observe. So there's now no other way to explain what we see than to say it's due to human activities. And it has a number of consequences. And you see that over and over again in the news. I'm sure in your own country you have been facing that. We see a significant increase in both the frequency but also the intensity of extreme events. And this is according to what Michel asked me to do. This has a tremendous impact on the sustainability, on development, because the countries which are most affected by that are the least developed country, the country which is least responsible for this situation. So extreme weather events are a major obstacle to sustainable development. And if we don't deal with climate change, there is no possible sustainability of our development. Now, let's come to the core of this conference, the issue, the link with the ethics. And I wanted to deal with a few key ethical issues. There is, first of all, what the economists call the tragedy of the commons. In other words, how do you or don't you discount for what is the impact on future generations of what we do now? What is the impact, the economic impact on future generations? So discounting the future is a very tricky issue which has a lot of ethical dimension. You see, I like this little cartoon. You probably know this game which is very popular in UK, Pass the Parcel. And when the bell rings, the one which gets the parcel is the loser. And you see the loser is the young generation. The previous generation are passing the parcel, and then the last one gets it. So, as I said, those who will be most affected, at least in relative terms compared to the GDP, are those who are contributing, those who will be most affected are those who contributed least to the problem. So there is a human responsibility towards other human beings, towards other generations. But there's also human responsibility, and that will be dealt with by other speakers in this session, with respect to non-human aspects as well, environment, biodiversity. So these are some other key issues. But to deal with that, we need to have decision makers at all levels, from governments to individual decision, they need to have access to a proper scientific knowledge base to make the best decision. But there are many other issues. And one issue which is critical for this conference is the need to balance between the needs to develop and the necessary mitigation aspect. We cannot say to countries, look, stop developing, because developed countries develop by using fossil fuel. So there is a key ethical issue to balance these things, because if we don't do anything, all countries, including and in particular the least developed country, will be affected. So we need to balance that, and this is a very tricky issue. We need to have a balance between the need to have a precautionary approach, but also to have a risk management. How to make sure that we don't end up with a situation that we cannot manage. This is essentially mitigation versus adaptation. And the action against climate change, if we are not careful, may actually, I should say, is likely to increase further the gap between developed and developing world. There's the issue of historical responsibility. The historical responsibility right now are clear. This is the industrialized world. But in 50 years from now, it will not be the same country. Because as you know, some of the biggest emitters now, well, the biggest emitter now may not be responsible for what we see now, but in 50 years from now, they will be the biggest historical contributor. So historical responsibility is not only the past and the current, but it's also future historical responsibility. And that leads to the question, which is very tricky in the negotiation of loss and damage. How do you deal with the how do you deal with the responsibility, and how does it translate into financial, technical support to other countries? And at the UN level, I must say that living in a sustainable environment, despite all what was agreed at the sustainable through the Agenda 2030, is not yet recognized as a fundamental human right. So there are some concrete issues to deal, and often we confuse equity and equality. And again, I like this little cartoon. Equality is on the left, but this is not equity. Equity is the little one on the right, and it's equity amongst countries, amongst communities, amongst generations, and the positive and negative aspects of these changes are not at all the same for everyone. We have to balance the business model versus solidarity. And when it comes to climate change, personally, my view is that solidarity is something which is almost totally ignored in the modern world. So we have to re-inject this fundamental importance of solidarity, and that's also valid for financing. So the ethical issue have to be considered with different time horizon. Remember the previous graphic. Talking about equity amongst generations, we cannot have just the time horizon of the next election to the parliament or to. We need to have a longer term approach. UNESCO proposed, in particular, we heard yesterday about, and you will hear more about the IPU, about the ethical principle, but UNESCO was really the leader in developing this ethical principle in relation with climate change. And I think it's very important. I wanted to remind you of them. Prevention of harm, of course, precautionary approach. Do not postpone adoption of measures on the ground that we may not know everything today. No, we need to do that. We need to include equity and justice, sustainable development, solidarity, and the duty to share scientific knowledge. And that requires two things. Research, scientific work has to be independent. You have to respect the integrity of that. And as I said in the previous slide, we need to make available the scientific knowledge to all those who need it in a way that they can use. And that has implication for decision making. Decision making, I know political people, decision makers, they like yes or no scenario. Actually, now we have the maybe, we have the probability. We need to take into account, for example, the IPCC scenario, because we don't know 100% for sure what will be done. But we need to take, there's still information that we can use. And the decision makers, of course, they are responsible. I don't want scientists to decide in the place of decision makers, but the decision makers have to take into account the best scientific and the best scientific information. And that's really the whole raison d'etre of the IPCC. And let's not forget that even when people say, I'm not deciding, to take no decision actually is a decision. When you decide not to decide, you decide something. So we need to take into account many things, the evaluation of the cost versus the benefits, but not in a very narrow way, in a holistic fashion, taking into account all dimensions, economic, social, environmental, take into account the social responsibility at all time scale, from short term to long term. Look at the expenses versus investment. Many things should be looked at not as expense, but as investment. And it has a huge implication for governance. And these implications are not always easy to handle. So I will finish, Michel, by just showing you a concrete example, which I must say personally, I'm getting extremely worried by that. This is the issue of geoengineering. As we are running away from being able to meet the objective of the Paris conference, there's a growing pressure to say, okay, let's do something about it. Can we modify the climate in an artificial way? So if it's not possible to meet the target, can we do something? And lots of ideas have been proposed. Some of them are really science fiction, they're crazy. Some of them are not science fiction. So some options have been proposed which are more or less realistic. Actually, one of the most, the one which may be one of the most realistic is to inject huge quantities of SO2s, sulfate aerosol in the atmosphere. But many questions have to be addressed. First of all, one has to understand the science is not ready yet to tell you what will be the consequences of that. If we do that, yes, we are going to reduce the temperature for sure. We know that because it's like simulating huge volcanic eruption. But at the same time, there will be a number of other consequences on the precipitation cycle. It may affect the monsoon. For example, you will get more acid rain. It will give the false impression that temperature is under control and you can still emit CO2. That will further increase the CO2 concentration in the atmosphere, further increase the acidity of the rain, further increase the acidity in the ocean, and so on. So and it also focuses only one parameter of climate change, which is temperature, but there are many other aspects. I'm more worried about the impact of climate change on the hydrological cycle than I'm on the temperature. And I'm very worried about the fact that if we do some of these things, we should make sure that it is reversible. If there are some unexpected things, we can stop it quickly. And that means we need to have a multilateral governance for that. And that's, as you see, once I say the word multilateral governance, you realize the difficulty of that. And in all that, it is essential to consider the ethical dimension. So let me conclude now. Time is of the essence. We don't have time left. The market forces are not sufficient. Actually, I even want to stress they are not appropriate to deal with that issue. We need to look at responsibility, not only the past, the current, but the future responsibility. We need to include all the actors, not only governments. Cities, region, private sector, civil society, academia, young people. A fundamental principle should be global solidarity, and the failure to cooperate will ensure failure for humanity. The planet will still continue to orbit around the sun. That's not a problem, but it's humanity which is at stake in this issue. And our differences are minuscule compared to the collective interest of mankind. So my final word is that medium and long-term global consideration must prevail upon national, local, or even personal short-term interests, as we have seen on too many occasions. Let me finish there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Michel, for this very nice introduction and deep insight in the subject. Very, very good. Thank you very much. So I am sure there are some questions that you would like to ask Michel. You can do that now before we move to the panelists. This gave an overview of the subject, which was really fascinating. Yes, Yvonne.
Thank you. Just one question. As you say, no decision means decision. In some situations, you have no argument. You have no information. So you don't want to take a decision which is not good. So you stay. You wait. In this case, it is a decision.
Yes, actually, if you decide to wait, not
Yes.
to take a decision, it is a decision. Let's take, for example, the issue of emission of greenhouse gases. Actually, we heard in many countries, some people, in particular the fossil fuel lobby, was saying, okay, but we need to wait because the science is not yet fully certain about it. Or maybe there will be technological development which, instead of spending money now, maybe it will be more effective to spend money in 10 years because technology will have advanced. But by doing that, what we ensure is that there's even more greenhouse gases. The CO2 that we inject in the atmosphere is staying there for centuries. So the fact that we don't take decision now ensures that the problem will be even more difficult and more costly to solve or to address in future generations. So by saying, yes, we don't take a decision, actually, that's a decision not to take a decision. And this decision can have consequences when it comes to climate change for centuries.
Thank you for this exchange. Other question? Yes, Denis.
Michel, thank you for your presentation, which was really impressive. I could ask 100 different questions, but the one that I'd like you to comment on was the last slide where you talked about market focus and forces and carbon pricing and that. You know, whether we're making the right approach in relation. Could you maybe just elaborate on that, please?
Yeah, well, when I say the market forces are not sufficient for that, it's in particular with respect to the time scale involved. Because when we deal with, actually I was interacting, for example, with a number of private companies in the context of climate change and sustainable development. And there are very different types of companies. Some of them do have a long-term approach, and I'm thinking to things like the insurance sector, like some aspects of the energy sector, like hydrogen. If you build a dam, you build the dam for the next 100 years. So some have a long-term perspective, but many are driven by the requirements of their shareholders to have benefit over the next few, I was about to say years, actually I should say months, sometimes weeks. And when you deal with, for example, money exchange, we are even talking nanoseconds. So this is not sufficient to rely upon the market forces to deal with that. We can see that, for example, we have a striking example with Ukraine war, with the energy, with the gas from Russia. The market forces were saying it's much more effective to get gas from Russia. It's cheaper, it's unlimited amounts, but we see that this is counterproductive for the fight, for the transition towards renewable energies. So the market forces, I'm not saying we should ignore them, but what I say is that it's not sufficient. You need decision makers, and particular governments, sometimes to look at these things as investment. We need to support some of this transition. It will not just happen by miracle. We don't have the time for miracles to happen. We need to help the miracles to happen, and this is through action, which is not going to be driven by market forces.
Thank you, Michel. Thank you, Michel. Yes, this deals with the commons, so you need to inject public resources and government's efforts. Okay, so let's move on now. So I will give the floor to, no, but we have to move because I give the floor to Dominique Leglu, editorial director of the monthly scientific magazines La Recherche, Science et Avenir. As you like, as you like. So maybe go there.
Okay, can you hear me? I would like to add to what you just said, Michel, that and both Michels, what the governments and states do is give norms, and you know the big industry always says we need norms. Unless they get them, they don't move. You know, especially with the automotive industry, but we all know that. So thank you, Jean Tan Van, I don't pronounce it well. Thank you, Kim, for inviting me again here in this place I like very much. I discovered in 2016. I'm very happy to be able to return here, and well, I hope my few remarks will interest you. As you can see on this, don't worry, it won't be a real PowerPoint. It's very light. The ocean is the second lung of the planet. I decided to focus on marine biodiversity. I think it's as a mediator, as a journalist, I realize it's something which is less talked about compared to terrestrial biodiversity, at least in our media system. Recently, we all talked about birds and insects, which are sharply declining. But I realize that not many people really see what's happening in the ocean, and maybe because at least France is considered as a very terrestrial country. People look at the ocean only, well, or have looked at the ocean through, I would say, a maritime or marine vision. And so there are a lot of things that they do not know at all. And I'm the editorial director, one of this magazine, La Recherche means research. And we published a year ago, exactly a year ago, something called Climate and Biodiversity. And as was said by Michel Jarraud at the very beginning, it's because these are two intricate crises. Climate change alters ecosystems and natural habitats, and in return, the modification of ecosystems has an impact on the climate via the modification of the flow of greenhouse gases. And of course, the root of all these changes is the actions of humans. So we all know that the biosphere has experienced multiple disappearances of species over time, but the current twin crisis of biodiversity and climate change are happening much faster than anything our planet has gone through. Much faster, and I just quote the president of the French Natural History Museum, Bruno David, French Natural History Museum. He told us, and we published him, the big difference in the current crisis is the speed at which it is happening. The decline is 100 to 1,000 times faster than during other crises the biosphere has experienced. 100 to 1,000 times faster. These are the figures you have to remember. And to clarify things, I'm going to give you some figures. I promise I won't quote too many, so that should be the next one. No, that's the one. The total weight of living things on Earth is 550 billion tons. And humans are only 60 million tons. Billion, million. So, at the very start, 450 billion tons of plants. Plants are important, you see. And you have bacteria, and you have fungi, and animals, only 2 billion tons. And the livestock, we all talk about 100 million tons. And something I'm going to talk about is fish, 700 million tons, mollusks and worms, 200. So fish, 700 million tons. You can see that fish, 550 billion, 700 million, 60 million. Just to give you an idea, because we don't publish these figures very often. And I chose this subject also, sorry to tell you that, but I'm organizing an event called Grand Ocean in Cherbourg in Cherbourg, which is a place where French make submarines. And of course, we're going to talk about that. There will be many different institutions, important ones like IFREMER, like CNRS, Sorbonne University, INTECMER. I hope the Minister of the Environment of Egypt, Mrs. Yasmine Fouad, who will be co-steering COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh in November, I hope she will intervene. And you know, why do I say that? It's because in the COPs, you have to remember that ocean was not always involved. And well, I see that another panelist is approving. That was one point, you know. They were always talking about the atmosphere. But you know how important the ocean is in regulation of the whole climate of the planet. So, what is important in this ocean, and this is why I want to insist upon that, one of the recommendations of IPBES, impronounceable name, Intergovernmental Science Policy Platform on Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services, related to GIEC, or IPCC, GIEC in French, Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. One of the main recommendations is to preserve plankton. Preserve plankton. Why? Because plankton, as scientists have rather recently discovered, it plays a crucial role in the climate system. It produces oxygen that is essential to humans. So the measure varies. Some say a quarter of our oxygen, others say more than 30–35%. So, you know, this is something that the scientists have to specify. But we are able nowadays to observe these things with satellites. Yeah. We can observe these things. We can observe this photosynthetic activity. And what was found, and that was the title of my PowerPoint, is that what is produced is equivalent to the terrestrial plants. So, you know, we're all obsessed with Amazon, and that's right. But don't forget the plankton. It's equivalent. It's half and half. The ocean can be considered the second lung of the planet. The second lung of the planet. If you have to remember just one sentence, it's this one. And you know, that's exactly what we have to do as journalists. At a certain point, you know, sum up a message. Because too many messages and nobody listens anymore. Now, some more figures, and that's the end. Don't worry, Michel, I won't be too long. You see, problem of plastics. 400 million tons of plastic waste every year. 400 million tons. And what is said, because the measure is difficult to have, the good figures. So, you know, you see, it can be from 75 to 190, well, let's say 200 million tons currently already accumulated in the ocean. That's a real problem. And you know, it becomes microplastics, which the animals eat, and then we eat them. I just want to say a last word about a study which was done here, in a small study here in Vietnam. And I will give you, if you're interested, you see, you have the links if you're interested. And you see, that's the one by IUCN. Just to tell you another figure, most plastics come from the earth, obviously. 80% of the plastic which go to the ocean of the waste comes from what's produced on the earth. But you have what's called marine plastics, which are the plastics which are specially devoted to fisheries. And that's a problem here. From what I want to remind you that in Vietnam, in 2019, in Vietnam, the fishery sector contributed to between 4 to 5% of the GDP. That's a lot, 4 to 5% of the GDP. So, as Michel mentioned, the problem is what do you do with the problem of marine plastics, for example, or the nets which are degrading and can kill animals? Because a lot of people rely on fishing, and that will be it. There are about 100,000 fishing vessels in Vietnam. 100,000, says this study of IUCN. And maybe I just stop there saying one animal that we like, even we eat it sometimes, turtles. Who ate turtles last night? Well, some turtle species are in a very bad shape here. 4 of them. I have all their names. If you're interested, I can give them to you. So, you know, it was to give you an idea of we have to insist on what's happening in the ocean because a lot of people do not know at all. And that's it. And one book. There are many books to be cited, but one book I like very much, I suspect Eric knows François Sarano, of course. This guy was with Cousteau on the Calypso years ago, and he just dives with whales, with sharks, with whatever is under the ocean. He's a great guy, and you know, sharks, poor sharks, that we love to hate, and we should not. Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dominique. And we move now to Eric Guillardi, who is oceanographer and climatologist as a researcher, but he's also a director, president of the Office of Climate Education in Paris, France, which I think is connected to UNESCO. So he will report on all that.
Thank you, Michel, and good morning, everybody. It's a real pleasure to be here, and I want to thank also Van for. I'll be quick, Van. Yes. So on, I don't have slides. So don't worry. So Michel asked me to talk about education, about those challenges, and obviously we as adults taking decisions have to deal with all the issues that both Michel and Dominique have presented to us. But also a number of us are educators, and then there's always the question, how do we deal with the youth on those challenges? So there are a number of dimensions I wanted to share with you. We'll talk more about them tomorrow in the roundtable. But I think both for biodiversity, but it can be also climate change or pollution, providing a scientific basis in the education is absolutely key. There's a lot of fears or views that are non-scientifically based, and they get a lot of traction in the media or in other places. So the best way to fight those, you could call them fake news, whatever you like to call them, is really about education. So to equip the children with that scientific basis. Now, of course, it's not just about science, and Michel's presentation was very clear. Those challenges also deal with the humanities, justice, a number of aspects of life skills, soft skills, that the children also have to acquire. So it's trying, and that can be challenging for some educational systems which work in silos, where the disciplines don't talk to each other. So that's one challenge, and we'll talk about this tomorrow, but specifically for this environmental education challenge, that's absolutely key to get that, to keep that in mind. And really, all these soft skills is creating empathy, creativity, curiosity, respect, all this that should not just be about scientific education. Right, so of course, in education, the unsung heroes, we talk a lot about the youth, which is important, youth organization, they're really important, but usually we forget about the teachers, who are absolutely key. They are really, in all the countries, there are those that bring knowledge. And it's a number of us scientists, we teach at university, but it's quite a different picture to teach kids, you know, at primary or secondary schools. It requires educators, that's what they know how to do, and we as scientists usually don't know how to do that. We need to work together. So it's really helping teachers, and teachers, they have a challenge today because these topics are scientifically difficult, complex, as was just described. And also, a teacher can feel not equipped to teach that, so we have to help them, provide them resources, professional development. But also, some of them won't engage because they feel, oh, I'm going to be too much an advocate, or this is too complex, the parents will come to me and complain. And so it has become a emotionally and socially charged subject. So they need to be helped to deal with that in the classroom, remaining, you know, as educators as well. So here it's really really important. So not only we need to build those critical minds in the youth, so they learn to discern about what is really scientific, what is not, and the life skills, but also, you know, I don't know if the youth in the room, but following Michel's or Dominique's presentation, you could feel, you know, and I'm sure some of you feel a bit like, oof, that's a lot to carry. So the doom and gloom story is a very common story in our countries, in the media, and I think towards the younger generation, we have a responsibility not to stay there. It's unavoidable. Eco-anxiety is there in many countries, in many classrooms, so we cannot brush it aside. But I think as educators, we have a responsibility to transform the anxiety into agency. So critical minds, but also hopeful hearts. It's really important that we contribute to change the narrative, I think, of the future. We cannot say to our children, future is doom and gloom. That's morally and ethically, that's just not possible. Now, of course, we cannot ignore we have issues, but I think there's a lot of work in education to how to bring this, you know, bring a positive future. And what is society we want? It's a unique opportunity to rethink how we want to live together. And presenting it this way is a positive way, rather than saying we should stop doing this, avoid doing that, where, you know, there's a lot of negativity, which is not a good drive for action. I think it's probably not only for children, but also all of us. So for that, and I'll finish on this, it's also a unique opportunity to learn about science, those challenges. We see scientific education is sometimes having difficulties in some countries. In France, we have, you know, we're in bad shape at the moment for scientific education. And so those environmental challenges are a wonderful way to bring science back into the interest of the youth. But for that, it needs, you know, project-based pedagogies. There's a lot of ways science is not taught in the same way as other disciplines. So again, teachers need help and training for that. So I guess my last point is that we need to develop a common culture, scientific culture, both for educators, but a number of also the political decision makers, companies. There's a lot. We have to educate ourselves on all these issues, and the children are an incentive for us, but not only. So yeah, I think exciting times in terms of education. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Eric and Dominique. So now the floor is open for some time for questions either to Dominique or to Eric on how to report on these issues. Yes.
Okay, thank you for your very inspired speech. I'm actually an environmental educator, and I have one question, but you don't need to answer me at this moment. My question is, what are or is the low-cost approach in teaching about climate change, or what you mentioned, science-based education? Because assuming the context in developing country like Vietnam, the lack of interactive pedagogy, and also lack of IT, digital equipment like iPads and others. So the only thing we can do is send kids to outdoor activity, but it's also expensive because the parent couldn't pay for the bus, for other logistic preparation. So how we keep the young generation in developing country not behind with others? So you can answer in the tomorrow section. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. I think your question is absolutely key, because the words I said are very general, but that in practice, how do we do? And that's precisely what the Office for Climate Education does, which first develop resources and for developing countries, and for it to be relevant and to scale, we have to take into account what you just said. There are some places don't have a lot of means, but there are many ways to actually do science education with very little means, and we can discuss it, but you're absolutely right. It's absolutely, and sometimes you have very spectacular educational things done in 3 schools with a lot of means, but doesn't scale up, so that's not really interesting. It's good PR, but it's not actually making a difference. So this scaling up and local relevance is absolutely key for it to be effective. So yeah, thank you for your question. It's really important.
Thank you, Eric. I think Dominique wants to add something.
Yeah, your question is very, very relevant. I mentioned this event I'm creating in Cherbourg in France, and of course we have courses or something like that for children, but you have to realize that I have to fight with the city, with the department, with the region, so that we get buses for the pupils. It's exactly that. Are you ready to pay for buses? So I send 4 journalists there in this region, directly in the schools and the colleges, to talk with the professors, the teachers, and the pupils. But I perfectly understand what you're talking about. And after that, we try to have outdoors activities, especially on waste, with foundations, with associations. But of course, at the end of the day, political people have to decide where they want to put their money and if they care or not about younger children, younger pupils, and as Eric said, critical citizens. And that's political.
Thank you very much. Sonia, this time. Sonia.
I wanted to thank really Michel and Dominique for their presentations. It was really very inspiring, very interesting. But what we would like to hear is maybe more about is the linkage between climate change and loss in biodiversity. I think that this is really an important issue, be it in the ocean or be it terrestrial, but this is a linkage. Maybe the other speakers will speak about it, but I think that this is really what we expect from the round table. Thank you.
Maybe Michel, you want to say something?
So, well, I mean, very quickly, because it's a long topic. Clearly, there's a strong influence of climate on biodiversity, but the loss of biodiversity, like many of the human impacts, has multiple factors. So depending what kind of loss of biodiversity looking at, the climate may be more important than other factors or the other way around. I can give you some examples, but you know, it's, and sometimes, for example, you have a change in the phase of the plant bloom that is needed for animals to eat. It comes too soon, and the birth of the animals is happening later. So this is an impact of climate change on biodiversity, for example. But the other way around is much more complex. There's a bit, I agree, the plankton has a little influence on climate, very local, but it's still a lot of research being done. But clearly, in terms of climate change, biodiversity has, compared to human impact, has today little influence. So that's how I would describe it. But
yeah, if I may just add something, in the latest IPCC report, there's a significant fraction of the second volume which is devoted to that particular link. So there's a lot of information on the link between climate change and loss of biodiversity. So in volume 2, amongst the 1,000 pages, there's a number of pages devoted to that.
Yeah, unfortunately, all the global challenges are more or less interconnected, and this is a difficulty. We tend to separate in branches. Other question? Yes.
It is not a question, but just a contribution. I would like to insist on the role of research, but research which needs the inclusion of partners with complementary knowledge and wisdom. And today, most importantly and urgently, the most significant way, for example, Africa can mitigate climate change is through influencing others. Given that Africa must lead the way in mitigation as far as possible, so adaptation cannot be done alone. Climate justice and climate finance need intense attention today. So mutual inclusivity is the way forward from my point of view, because climate change does not recognize borders. It is a global concern. And African scientists need also to be at the policy and an implementation table. Now, I think the best way to do that is well defined by UNESCO. Allow me to cite UNESCO definition of science for our own information. I'm citing. Science signifies the enterprise whereby humankind, acting individually or in small or large groups, makes an organized attempt by means of the objective study of observed phenomena and its validation through sharing of findings and data and through peer review to discover and master the chain of causalities, relations, or interactions, bring together in a coordinated form subsystem of knowledge by means of systematic reflection and conceptualization, and thereby furnish itself with the opportunity of using to its own advantage understanding of the processes and phenomena occurring in nature and society. So working together and sharing common knowledge is very important. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Norbert. Dominique wanted to say a few words.
Yes, I wanted to add something to what Eric said. And it's a little bit like what Norbert said, and a little bit to answer Sonia too. At the present time, you have plenty of oceanographic expeditions, but maybe not enough. There's a lot of effort done by many scientists on ocean, but really, there's such a need of knowing better. I was talking about plankton at the very, just now, there is this mission called Mission Microbiomis, I don't know, microbiome, you know, just to understand exactly what's happening with very little organisms we don't know enough about. And there are plenty of mechanisms that the scientists really want to understand much, much better. But there again, you have to devote money to these expeditions and collect data not only from people who are on the ocean or under the ocean, but coming from satellites at the same time. So that's what the scientists are trying to do with GIEC, IPCC, or at the COP, or IPBES. They try to make a general view, but at the same time, you need more and more details. That's for sure. At least for this important part, I did not remind you that there are, on the surface of the planet, 70% of the planet. That's ocean, okay?
Thank you. I will give you the floor now for you. So I think we took questions from the floor. Now I want to move forward. So we will have more concrete examples. So the first one will be by Zulfikar Yassin, who is coming from Malaysia, working in the Center for Marine and Coastal Studies. So Zulfikar, you can either answer the questions that we want to question, but you can also give your presentation. Zulfikar.
Thank you very much. I would like first to thank ICISE and Professor Tran for inviting me here this morning to learn a lot about concerns as well about issues. And I stand corrected in my views, but I do see some consensus in what we have talked about with respect to climate change this morning. I'm Zulfikar Yassin. I am from the Marine and Coastal Studies Center for Malaysia. We do science and we advise the local governments on climate resilience and as well as protection of biodiversity. Now, some of the issues are very jarring indeed. I want you to imagine if you are a fresh graduate from a university and you're about 20 years old. And if you look at the IPCC report, they extended to 2,100, some projections along that line. Maybe by 2050 you see certain things. And you look at the kids that just graduated, the whole of their life they will be struggling with climate change. This is something that they are not used to. They are not prepared. Our curriculum still uses a traditional curricula. Nothing very much is said about climate change and what is going to happen in their lifetime. But I'm sure university education needs to prepare people for that, and even the lower education for that. This is not done. Some areas, some people have actually experimented with it. At the university science, it has now been made mandatory for undergraduates to study climate change. Because anywhere you go, whatever you do, you will be affected. So that's one issue that needs to be done. The other thing I think which is quite jarring is that for all the policies and meetings and the discussions that we had, they usually occur at the very top level. If you meet someone on the street and you ask them about climate change, well, at least in Malaysia, there's not much that they can tell you about climate change. But you do expect them to react and prepare and be more resilient to climate change. This is a tall order. And I would like to congratulate one of the participants to bring up the issues of education for climate change. But I have to say this, we realized about 10 years ago that scientists are not good storytellers. And if you think we have a problem talking about climate change, wait till you come to the issue of ocean acidification. And when you put carbonate equations and in chemistry, half the room will be talking about something else. But really, it is a big issue. It is a big issue. So I wish, looking at some of the presentations yesterday, scientists would have the eloquence of Mr. Omar Mokhtar to tell stories and simplify what is actually such a complex, and even the diagram was complex about climate change. To crystallize this and talk to to people about the dangers of climate change. One of the issues about climate change and biodiversity is that we fail to underline the planet will survive. It is not about, we have had great extinctions before, we have had 5 in the past. The issue here, will humans survive? Well, there are, of course, a lot that will be extinct, especially in the oceans. But really, if we bring it to something which is more anthropocentric towards humans, identifying with their future and the dangers that come with climate change to humans, and then perhaps we might get the attention we need to extrapolate this to the other species. So I think this is quite important for us to bring out. So with that in mind, we invited a few artists to come and visit the scientists, and we told them the story as best as we can. And can you please translate this into a sculpture or into an art that people can understand immediately? So what they did was that there were some dead trees. We are by the beach, just like here. And in a hall, they put several trees upside down, and they put several rocks, and they put some sculpture of corals that they made. So I asked them, can you please explain to a scientist what this is about? And he said, this is your world. If you don't do something now, that will be it. And I said, what about the rocks? Those are the things that don't change with climate. And what about those things that, you still have those corals there? Well, my dear, those are the things you don't really know about. So this is your future in one simple diagram, so to speak, or diorama, so to speak. And I think that brought the message forward, and I see people taking photographs with those sculptures and talking about biodiversity and climate change. I would like to also underline that we know very little about biodiversity. We are so proud. Much of what we talk about in terms of extinction are about animals. But really, the vast majority of living things are microscopic. And most of them are in the ocean. And in my culture, there is a saying: you will never love things that you do not know about. So the first thing to do about loving and doing something about it is perhaps to find out about it. And we have very, very few expeditions to study the ocean, very few, in contrast to the terrestrial systems. And even then, much of the ocean's investigation are on the physical side, current patterns, salinity, temperature. But what lies at the bottom of the ocean is unknown. I want to tell you a story which I always relate to people when I talk about the unknowns about the ocean. And many of these has been around for a long, long time. And even before humans existed on Earth. And they disappear because of us. If you imagine the ocean is very dark, only the top 100 meters is lighted, the rest is in perpetual night. And if you are a creature living in the ocean, you will be living in darkness the whole of your life. And two things become important. First is to find something to eat, because it's too dark. And anything you find, even if it is bigger than you, you eat. So the next meal, you never know. The second thing is that you need to find a mate. For every living thing needs to propagate. There is a fish in the ocean, which is quite rare, the anglerfish. And when a male meets a female, the male will attach itself to the mid part of the female's body. And over a period of about a month, the head will fuse with the body of the female. And you begin to wonder why. And it becomes very difficult when your husband is attached to you and you have to move about everywhere. But over the next few months, the whole of the body disappears, and what is left is the essential of the male, the testicles. And she then has the power to control, as a tap, the sperm that comes from those testicles to fertilize her eggs. One part of me, I'm very glad I'm not a deep sea fish. The other is that the wondrous things that if you think this animal has been in existence well long before we ever existed on Earth and has been doing this, and I'm sure there's so many other miracles that's there. And telling stories perhaps like this is perhaps better for children than talking about statistics. And that association, that love, and I am lucky because I come from the part of the world where it is the richest biodiversity for land, which is the Sunda Shelf, the Sunda land, and the richest biodiversity underwater, which is the Coral Triangle. And it is heart-wrenching to dive in one area, and people telling you it's excellent diving, but those are the people who dive there for the first time. If you have dived there 10 years ago, you would know that it has really changed. It has really changed. So, thank you.
Thank you very much, Zulfigar. This was really deep insight. Maybe now we will have Juan Tang, who is in Auburn University in Vietnam. So you can also give us a little bit of your experience.
Thank you. Good morning. I am Tom Hoang. I am a Vietnamese, but I work in the United States. I am a professor at Auburn University in the US. I am an environmental toxicologist. So my research is looking at the effect of chemicals, contaminants in the ecosystem, looking at how it affects living organisms and then also human health. So you have heard a lot about climate change and other things in the bigger picture in terms of effect on biodiversity. So now I could like to touch base on few points that relate to biodiversity, why biodiversity is important, and then what is the cause of the biodiversity loss, and what we should do, what we need to do to protect living organisms in the nature ecosystem, and then to minimize the impact. So now go back to the biodiversity and environment. So we live on this planet and relying on the natural resources of the ecosystem. And then that means that the ecosystem play an important role in terms of supplying services and then resources need for human. And then the biodiversity play a critical role in terms of functioning and services to the ecosystem. So now, so that means that we really need to protect biodiversity. Unfortunately, right now, the global biodiversity is losing at a rate, very huge rate. It's about 1,000 times higher than the predicted biodiversity loss based on the background. So what that means, so what is the cause of that? Okay, so now, we already learned that the habitat loss, habitat fragmentation, that is one of the two things that cause the biodiversity loss. And then if you go around here from the city to this place, you see a lot of building construction around here. Definitely, it will affect biodiversity, right? And then under the, the current human population growth, and then with the demand for the supplies and resources that we need, food, if we need more food, so that means that we need more land to grow the crops. And then that means that we are losing habitat for the living organisms. We need to build more shelter. We need to build more plants to produce and make products for human need. So that means that we are losing land, and then that means we are losing habitat for the nature organisms. So what that means, and then another important factor is also the introduction of invasive species into the ecosystem, and that devastate the native species. So that's also another important factor that basically decrease biodiversity. And then now I could like to touch base on pollution. This is the one that I've been working on research for over 20 years in the US, and also I have done research in Vietnam too. So now in terms of pollution, so now you can imagine that we are living in this nowadays in an environment that have more toxic chemicals than any time in the past. And then we are under exposed threat of exposure to that kind of chemical. We are under risk. In human health, I'm just not talking about human health, but living in organism in the nature environment is also under threat of that toxic chemical. So how can we do that to fix the problem? And then, so again, now go back to human need. So we need to think about how much is enough. When we need to stop, expanding, using the natural resources in a way that we just don't think about what's going to happen in the future. So get into a little bit more detail about the chemicals. So these are the things that I've been doing. So we look at how chemicals affect living organisms. So you can imagine that it always affects living organisms in either ways. When the concentration is high, you can see mortality, right? When concentration is low, that doesn't mean that it's not going to affect living organisms. It can affect the biological performance, and then affect the development, and then even the organism don't die at that time. But over time, it's going to cause effect, and even it can cause genetic effect. So that means that we will be losing the genetic biodiversity. That's very important for the ecosystem. So I want to show you one example that when I was in Florida International University, so we, the ecologists and also the scientists did a survey and monitoring. So they look into the butterfly, the native butterfly in Florida, and then they found that the population declined over time. So, and then they did not know what is the cause of that. And then so they end up with assumption that maybe due to the chemicals, mosquito control compounds that people spray a lot, and then that may kill non-target organisms, butterfly. So with that assumption, and then they give us the project to do, and then we did experiment, and then we want to understand whether when they spray chemicals, pesticide compound that will cause any mortality or effect on living organisms. So we did both research in laboratory, and we did both in field study to see where the laboratory study can do, to have the same effect as field study. And then, well, sadly, when we did that, we mixed the dose that they apply in the field, and then depend on certain, species of, butterfly. Some species, when we apply the same dose that they apply in the nature environment, and we found up to like, 80% mortality. Okay, in like 5 minutes, exposure, 80% butterfly gone. So, and then so also when we did the lower doses, and then we also found the change in the molecular response. And then so that means that if you don't see any effect on mortality, that doesn't mean that it's not going to affect on the other molecular effect. So it's very important that pollution will play an important role that causes the loss of biodiversity, and we really need to look into that. So now I want to go back to for the Vietnam situation that I was to talk about. So in the last 2 days, we have a workshop. We look at the effect of pollution on ecosystem and human health. So we invite foreign scientists and then Vietnamese scientists, they are senior scientists, came here. So 1.5 days, we discuss and present, and then we want to understand the scientists, the Vietnamese scientists coming here to talk about environmental pollution started in Vietnam, and then foreign scientists come here to talk about the experience, knowledge that they have went through in their countries. And then so we discuss, talk, and then we end up with an action plan for Vietnam. So now another thing that relates to the Ministry of Natural Resources and Environment of Vietnam, they are the regulator, they are the decision maker. So representative of the Ministry of Natural Resources and Environment of Vietnam also came here today. And then so Vietnam now have a new environmental law, and then a lot of things they need to do in order to implement the law. And then so one of the things that we talk about, we focus on chemical pollution. And then so we end up with an action plan, have a lot of things, I really can't, I'm not sure that I have time to go through that, but it includes a lot of framework in terms of developing a monitoring program and assessment program, and then based on that one, we can inform, the ministry, this is what Vietnam government should do to protect the environment, and then also to prevent biodiversity loss. And then that also include, we also have the representative of Vietnam National Institute of Educational Science came here also. So we also include environmental education. It's a part of the action plan. So now after this meeting, I will be working with my colleagues in Vietnam and also overseas. So we will move to the next step to finalize the action plan. And then with that, we hope we will get to do something more specific to support Vietnam. So that is what basically I came to the United States. I grew up in Vietnam, was born in Vietnam, and then I went to the United States. I got to learn to study, and then I can see the differences. But my field is environmental toxicology, that we do research, and our results can be applied for regulation purposes. So I said, it's an excellent idea, so we should bring this concept and idea to Vietnam. So in the past 20 years, I've been collaborating with Professor Van. We do a lot of meetings here already. And currently, I also have a project, Utah-based with microplastic, plastic pollution. We got a small project, but it's called the plastic waste reduction in Vietnam. We're using educating the educator approach. So we have done workshop here in 2019 with 250 high school teachers of Binh Dinh. And then after that, we went to high school to give seminar to students. And then we evaluate the plastic waste before and after seminar to see whether there's any impact. And then so far, we see some significant impact. And then we are working on that for publication. And then after this meeting, I will be coming back here again. And then I will stay here 1 more week to go to another 10 high school to give a seminar. And then if you're interested in that, you may want to talk more about that, I'd be happy to share with you, to talk with you. I've been doing a little bit work in Vietnam in the past 20 years. So, thank you.
Thank you very much, Tan. Very, very inspiring. So the floor is open for questions either to Zulfigar, Yassin, or to Tan. Yes, please. Juan.
Muchas gracias por permitirme hablar. Yo desde Bolivia, América Latina, vecino con los hermanos de Argentina que les he visto, y aquí muy alegre con mi compañero asesor de la UIP. Gracias por invitarnos y saludo y respeto a todos los científicos que están, de gran respeto, seguro que toda su vida han dado para responsabilidad de que muchos países asuman con mucho respeto y responsabilidad la ejecución de las decisiones políticas en cada uno de nosotros. En el caso de nosotros, en Bolivia.
I will translate, okay? So make it easier. So we have the honorable member from Bolivia. He comes all the way from Bolivia, believing in the cause. He was talking about, of course, he was going to say that he was thanking the conference organizers, and he's thanking this invitation, and he says that it's extremely important for politicians to be aware about this type of discussions.
Por ello le pido que también estos eventos muy importantes, don Michel, nuestro hermano padre de muchos autores, el hermano Bong, y que también desde Bolivia invitamos, se discuta estos, porque la mayor parte de la gente no está informado, pero ustedes tienen el método, el lenguaje más fino, hilado, trabajado, para que la gente podamos sensibilizar. He escuchado hablar de mucho de educación, es el único camino, no hay más, porque los políticos a veces decidimos las cosas y que hagan, y la parte de científico, la ciencia, la tecnología, a veces es muy importante, y que la política no pueda compartir, y se tiene que compatibilizar.
Of course, he's thanking Van, and he wants to say that these important discussions, most of the people, they don't know anything about. We need to understand these discussions. We need in Bolivia and other countries to be very close to that, to this science. Education is extremely important, and the politicians, they have to do the right work to come close to the scientists in order to have a sound decision.
Y por todo ello pido que este divorcio entre los políticos se han ido a un extremo y la ciencia por este lado, y se reconcilien, ¿no? Y para que vayamos juntos y que la vida sea más importante. Nada.
It's very important that the politicians and the scientists in this special case, they need to work together to make it easier for the people to understand. And also he was emphasizing on the part of education.
Sí, en Bolivia necesitamos los programas que tuvieran, estimados padres de la ciencia y tecnología, nos visiten, o cuáles serán el camino, y estamos dispuestos para asumir con mucha responsabilidad su sabiduría de ustedes sobre todo.
And then he's talking about his country, and he wants to know really what is the ways to have this type of education in his country. How in Bolivia they can come closer. They are facing the same problems, but they are far. So he's asking, how is there any programs, educational or work, that can bring Bolivia and the like closer to the cause of climate change?
Can I stop? So maybe Eric.
Yes, thank you very much for your testimony. I wanted to let you know that the Office for Climate Education has a program in Latin America, and you're sitting next to his director, David Wilgenbus, just here. So this project has started with Mexico and Colombia, but is now in the process of going to other countries. So maybe there's an opportunity to work with Colombia, and I'm sure, discussing with David, we can look at very concrete steps to do climate change education.
So, related to your comment about the connection between scientists and then decision makers, in my field, environmental pollution, chemistry, we deal with risk assessment, chemical risk assessment, and then effect assessment, and that all of that kind of work get into an overall framework that connects between scientific evidence and then managers, and then policy makers. They will make a decision based on for management, based on effect assessment. That's what the general framework in the U.S. or even in Europe that people are doing. And then here in Vietnam, we also trying to some kind of follow that concept and idea here. And then so far, the Ministry of Natural Resources and Environment in Vietnam is very support on that kind of aspect. So maybe that's something if you, well, depend on what field you're interested in, but if you're interested in chemical thing, pollution thing, that may be the way that you can approach the policy makers. So.
Thank you very much. So I think now we are approaching the end. Last question, and then I will say a few words of conclusion. Is there a mic?
Thank you, Honorable Chair, for giving me the opportunity to ask this question. I would like to know how ethics can bridge the gap between science and environment. Thank you.
I would rather look at it the other way around. How can science bridge the gap between ethics and environment?
Okay, so if you agree, I will say just a word of conclusion. I will start to have a positive narrative. You recommended to have a positive narrative. So I want to mention, again, I said that many times, that global challenges that we are facing, so we see the black face of it, but there can be a unique opportunity to get a better world. They force us to have the multi-component but also system approach, which is needed to have a better world. They need to combine a local up to global approach, short-term to long-term vision, and to involve all parts of the society. So it's a unique opportunity to make our world better and not governed by the law of market only. Thank you very much, and we have a break.
Michel, vous pouvez m'envoyer votre PowerPoint? Non, si, bien sûr. Non, il y a d'autres, parce que je ne pouvais pas lire vos... Et puis, de toute façon, on va se reparler.
Pas de problème. Ah non, moi je parle.
Ah ben, je vais vous faire peur.
Thank you so much. Thank you. It was very well. Thank you so much. Merci, merci.
Thank you for your merci.
You can talk more if you want. Sorry? You can talk more about things that you're doing yesterday.
qu'il y a, c'est que... I'm not going to stay in my... C'est pas un interrupteur? No. Okay. Yeah. So maybe we wait 2 minutes more for people to come back from the break. Actually, the thing is that I would like to have at least Juan Tang.
Let me check.
Yeah, maybe if you can.
Your microphone is okay.
No, it's okay.
Everything
Everything is
okay?
okay. Yeah, perfect. Et vous pouvez utiliser le clavier comme ça. All right. So thank you very much for having shortened your break and come back. So I'm very happy to introduce this second roundtable of the day. which is about sustainability and resources. So it's a very wide program. And as Michel said in the previous one, we are going to, well, at least try to be a little bit positive in this roundtable, in terms, well, trying to speak in terms of solutions rather than in terms of understanding of the situations in which we are collectively. So to begin with, and in order to maybe wake you up a little bit, we will begin with a little game, okay, if it's okay with you. So it involves reading a bit of a text, and I would like, well, actually any of you, to tell me where it comes from, okay, where it could come from. So I let you, of course, 1 minute to read it. And the ones in the round table, you are not allowed to answer, because you already know the answer. Sorry? No. Well, actually, this kind of statements, it's quite common nowadays. We see a lot of them. So it could come from many different things. So I gave 3 possible solutions, which actually are not solutions. So the first one was maybe the final COP26 resolution, okay, which really makes the link with social sciences and the necessity to bridge the gap between hard sciences and soft sciences. But it's not, okay, it doesn't come from the COP26 resolution. Could come from the SDGs, okay, presentation by United Nations, also very important milestone, but it's not, again. Could be also in the latest IPCC report, as Michel Jao said, for example, which was really, really important in terms, again, of trying to bridge the gap between different disciplines and different domains of science, but it's not. And actually what is both very interesting and also a little bit, how can I say, dispiriting, is that it has been published 50 years ago in something that you probably know, which is a Club de Rome report or Meadows report, and actually it's best known by its title, The Limits to Growth, okay, which was a bestseller 50 years ago. Millions of books sold everywhere in the world, and also a very first landmark, because it was a book not about a reality, but about a model. Okay, it was a long narrative describing the outputs and the possible interpretations of a model called World 3, so it was a very large model, okay? And basically this book was about raising the awareness of the public and also the deciders on the unsustainability of exponential growth as experimented by humankind. Okay, it was 50 years ago. So, of course, the link between sustainability and resources here is very clear, because it was also almost, I will not say it was the first time, but almost the first time that scientists were saying, okay, we live in a finite environment, in a limited environment, okay? Resources, contrary to what most economists, for example, were supposing in their models, are limited. And we can't expect to pursue this kind of growth in a world with limited resources. Okay. So of course, there are many things we have already talked about in the different roundtables, and which were shown in this book. And this book actually will, although of course none of the people here will talk about it directly, but will constitute the context in which we are going to handle this roundtable. Okay. So, limits to growth, as I said, marks also a very important milestone in a domain I know. So my name is Alexis Drogul. I'm a computer scientist. I'm a modeler. Okay. And in this domain, it was also almost, again, the first integrated model. So a model that integrated people coming from ecology, economy, computer science, of course, but also social sciences, etc., etc. Okay, and this has been, again, a very important milestone because integrated models are now the way we try to tackle the complicated, intricate development problems and issues. What is a little bit sad in a way is that 50 years ago, this has been a bestseller, and now, 50 years from that point, most of the measurements, and you can find the references here, confirm one of the scenarios which is presented in this book, which is called the business as usual scenario, and it's terrible, I mean, when you hear that, okay, but most of the measurements we can do now in the different spheres, so for example, regarding the resources, renewable resources, population, pollution, birth rate, etc., etc., now most of them confirm this worst case scenario, okay. And this worst case scenario, as most of people know, leads to a collapse of all the supports of life on Earth, okay? Collapse of ecosystems, etc., etc. So maybe it's wrong, because all the models are wrong, okay? We can at least agree on this. But it's true that it's a little bit, how can I say, a little bit tantalizing to see that the measures, well, actually the models was able to predict 50 years ago what we are now experiencing. Okay. So this roundtable will actually be centered around two questions. The first one is, why do we collectively seem completely unable to learn from these scientific findings? Okay, what happens actually? We had 50 years ago maybe 10 scientists raising the alarm. Now we have thousands of scientists organized in commissions, organized in a number of institutions, raising every year in 2,000 pages reports the same alarm. What do we do exactly? So of course some things are done, but if you look at the numbers, it doesn't seem to change a lot of dynamics in this world. And the second one is, how can we ensure that the planet's limited resources are used sustainably? And here we have distinguished presenters, members of the roundtable, and each of them will present a different point of view on this matter. Some of these point of views will be a little bit more political. Some will be a little bit more on the relationships between science and decision making. Some will be on sustainability science and maybe the obligation we have now to move towards the people we call stakeholders in our different research, okay? So people outside the sphere of the academic world, and how to work with them and how to take their point of view into account. And we will have also a very, and I think very timely and very interesting and maybe more concrete reports on one endangered ecosystem in Vietnam, in the Mekong Delta. Okay. So the speakers will be in the order of appearance. Yvonne Bonzi Coulibaly, who is here, who is professor at the University of Ouagadougou in Burkina Faso. Okay, so thank you very much, Yvonne, for having made the long journey to come here. Okay. We will have then, in the second, Edmond Dounias, who is senior researcher at the Institute of Research for Sustainable Development and representative of IRD in Vietnam. Then we will proceed with Professor Abdou Sen from the Virtual University of Senegal, well, in Senegal. So thanks also for having made the trip. And we will finish with Professor Nguyen Hue Chung, Vice Rector of the University of Canton and specialized in adaptation to climate change. So maybe I will leave the floor now to Yvonne. So I don't know if you want to speak from here or, okay. So I will let this screen here, okay?
Hello to all. I first want to say thank you, a great thank you to Alexis for this opportunity to invite me through IRD to participate to see this high-level conference. And thank to all the organizers here, in particular to the director of this nice center. It was a long trip, but since 2 days I learned a lot about this thinking about science and human development. So, as a researcher, I will mainly focus my talk in this domain to share with you my experience. So, in this panel about sustainability and resource. You know, in the practice of science, citizens are very important. There are upstream, because we have in a co-construction to identify the problem, to find a way maybe, and there are downstream also because there is a beneficiary of the research result. So this part of actor is very important, and researchers must interact a lot with them. Yesterday I said that there is the aspect of citizen science project where the citizens are really actors in the research methodology. But in our daily work, we have to more interact with this beneficiary to find the best way to reach sustainable research, sustainable strategies. But the world is divided in many, many, many models, many parts. In one, what is the development? For some, the development is industrial level, is economical level. So some countries are put in the box of high economy countries. Other countries are put in the box low and middle income countries. So the research must know in which box you are. You have to know what is the context in each box when you have to find strategies for sustainable result implementation. And now, voices are rising to integrate endogenous knowledge has a great component in scientific approach. Why? If you want to solve a problem, you have to know the context. You can't control something if you don't know the context. So one solution for sustainability and resource, one solution, I think, is to integrate and local knowledge, to act with local partners. And I have to give here one example. One example is a farmer who is called Yakuba Savadogo. He was laureate of the Champion of the Earth 2020 award. He is a farmer. He don't go to school. But he see in his country that there is desertification and population are moved from the village. So he traveled a lot in a region. he looks at the methodology called ZAI, maybe some know this practice, which is a very old practice to give a lot of fertilization to soil. So we look at that and he increased this methodology because he put stone. It is you have to make some peep to help the soil to maintain the water. You have to put stone, and also he adapt this practice, and now he valorized about 20 hectares of soil. So now trees are grown there, and the population come back to the village, to stay in the village. So it is an example of locally, people can find also some idea, and together with researchers, they can build a sustainable solution. And this method is now used in a famous project in Africa from Senegal to Eritrea, called in French La Muraille Verte, because you have to build some trees in this band of area. Another idea is that if you know the context, I say always, you can also reach sustainable result for development. And I say again that the world is divided in two groups. The group where there are many problems, and the group where there are solutions, technological solution, conceptual solution, financial solution. But the two groups are really interdependence. One group can say that we have enough resources and we can put our economy in the growing state, and we leave the other group who have only the problems. So if you are aware that there is a big interaction between the two worlds, we have to cooperate. So this is put in the goal 17. We want to promote better communication, better understanding for co-production and equitable benefits. We can note that Africa counts only 2.4% of scientists in the world, with less than 1% of patent deposit. 1% of patent deposit is from Africa. On publication in Geoscience Journal, which focus on topics in Africa, only 30% of this publication have co-author from Africa. So the topics is from Africa, but only 30% are co-author from Africa. A recent paper from IRD, the Institute of Alexis, published last week a paper in Plot 1, so everybody knows the high level of this journal, Plot 1. The title was Insufficient Yet Involvement of the Global South in Top Sustainability Science Publication. And what we can note in this publication, we cannot have a good news that the result, based on the examination of 300 papers, shows that proportionally there are 4.6 times more authors from the South in Nature Sustainability Journal than in Nature article. What this means? This means that Sustainability Journal promote more development thematics from the South, thematics from the problems on the problem in South than natural journal. This promotes also the collaboration. But the problem is that, in general, the thematic in the North, focusing in the South, comes like, say, in the paper, comes like a helicopter who come and put the idea in the South. So this is not the good solution. Because why? If you don't know the context, in some area, you can't find the best solution. To avoid this parachute research thematics in Africa, we need an inclusive participation of local researchers. Because local researcher lives in the area. So when you have results, there must be also co-publication, a co-author in this publication, including also gender approach. Because you know in our context, ladies are very, very low representation in research activity. With this vision, since yesterday we spoke about partnership, today I understand something about more solidarity. Me, I think that we have to go more than that. We have to have a world friendship. A world friendship. Why? Since 2 days we are together. On Monday we have the inauguration of the solar installation, and the ladies were speaking, my friend, it was my friend, my friend. So here I think that we are friends, for 1 week friends. Why not we can be 1 year friends, 10 years friends? If we are friends, we spoke about it facilitates the communication. It facilitates trust in each other. So more than partnership, go on for friendship. One idea is also in our side. In our side with researcher. A scientist locally must be a good advisor. He is, he can. But sometimes we do our research with emotion. But a scientist don't need emotion. He don't use his position. He don't use his environmental. He has to target the production of knowledge to allow the amelioration of life conditions of citizens for low or more long term. He has to be motivated by the quality of his research. He is credible in his topic, and he has to stay credible, so to say the reality to his population. Yesterday we have the panel on the pandemic, and we say that our high-level scientists, our high-level experts sometimes miss their role. So he must be independent. Or in general, in our context in the South, you know, more of the scientists generally are politicians also. So how we have to make the choice, because your value as scientist, high researcher, and the value of you as politician. I give here the example of Dr. Denis Mukwege, a gynecologist in Congo, who is very famous. He has a Nobel Prize of Peace. And now people are calling him to be the president of Congo. He has to make a choice, to be a scientist or to go to the politics. It is a question. So, I will finish my talk by invitation of this high company also, sometimes multinational company, for sustainable development in Africa, in the South. They have to contribute also, because we know that they are in the South for financial objective. The politicians have also economical objective, but the citizen and the researcher want the development of the country. But we can put bridge between all these actors. If this company, they have sometimes some units on the company, research, some small unit, a research unit. So they can put money on that and help us as a local researcher to have sustainable solution for the local population. Because if you not have peace in locally, any commercial company can set along. I give now the last example in my country where we are facing terrorists. And this terrorist population are suffering, but also the company are suffering. Many have to close the door. But if you help the population, if you help the researcher to find solution for peace, to find solution for alimentation, to find solution for health problems, I think that everybody will have the benefits. Company will have the money, population will have also the security, alimentary security, economical security, and also the government will have the stability, political stability. So I think that we are all linking, and we have to improve our friendship in the world, beginning by us as human beings. Thank you very much.
So, thank you very much, Yvonne, for this vibrant advocacy of friendship, even in science, which is not always easy, actually. Friendship in science, we are all competitors and all friends. So I will give the floor immediately to Edmond, who will speak in the same trend of what we might call transdisciplinarity, so giving the possibility for scientists to work actually with other groups, social groups. And after that, we will take a few questions on these topics before moving to the two next presenters.
Thank you, Alexis. Hi, everyone. And I would like to thank our compañero from Bolivia who brought the Wilpala flag with him. I think it will be my banner for my presentation. Thank you. Muchas gracias. So since its creation almost 80 years ago, IRD has, of course, considerably evolved in its manner of conducting research. To stay connected to its time and to have a decisive role in shaping future research directions, IRD is increasingly committed into what is now commonly known as sustainability science. Sustainability science seeks to examine the interactions between human, environmental, and engineered systems to understand and to contribute to solutions for complex challenges that threaten the integrity of life support systems. The main challenges are, as you know, climate change, biodiversity loss, pollution, and land and water degradation, among a few. Most importantly, sustainability science is defined by the problems it addresses, not by the disciplines it employs. Contemporary research remains indeed too fragmented, too disciplinary focus, and singularly lacking in articulation between the results it proposes and the roles and the scale of the problem to be solved. It is urgent need to elaborate new federative research networks that bring together not only experts from different scientific disciplines, but also from different cultures to create collective knowledge in close collaboration with political decision makers and civil society. That means promoting transdisciplinary and transcultural research, co-constructed between researchers and the other actors in society. And those include indigenous peoples through the mobilization of participatory approaches and tools. This is on these approaches that I would like to provide some food for thought and food for discussion. My research career has mainly consisted in sharing life with hunting and gathering societies. I mentioned in red color the societies with whom I spend a lot of time in the tropical rainforests. These hunter-gatherers are characterized by subsistence depending mainly on resources which are taken from the wild, and they have developed a traditional ecological knowledge to have access to these resources. From a political point of view, most of these hunter-gatherer societies are egalitarian. They are, and that's very important, most of them located in biodiversity hotspots, and mobility is a key component of their strategy in having access to the resources. These societies are rare and diverse, and I think it's important here to remind that when we talk about biodiversity, human diversity is consubstantial of this biodiversity. We tend to think about biological diversity and we tend to forget about the cultural diversity, which is part of biodiversity. So these societies are rare. They represent 10 million people around the world. They represent only 2% of what we call indigenous people and represent 0.12% of the worldwide population. So it's a drop of humanity, but this drop of humanity is custodian of 5% of the more than almost 8,000 languages which are still spoken today. And these societies, and 15% of them live in the tropical forest, these hunter-gatherers have elaborated their own science, and I insist on the word of science, their own science to encompass the world which is surrounding them. So let's consider how we can better do research with these kind of societies. It's important first to acknowledge different perspectives. Let's take a three-dimensional object like a cylinder, and you can look at this cylinder from different perspectives. And you can take an academic lens, and you will project the cylinder, and you will have as a projection a circle. Take another perspective, for instance, an indigenous one, project the cylinder, and you will obtain a square. Both projections are equally true, and at the same time, they are false. They are just representations, perceptions of what the cylinder is, but they do not see a cylinder. And that's very important to admit that perception matters. And perceptions affects as well academic science and not only indigenous sciences. Each science has its own values, its own visions, its own empirical tools, roots, its own experiments, its own history and evolution. And to summarize this, we have each science has its own subjectivity. Academic science is more based on theory, maybe more deductive. It's a written science. It is costly. When we talk about indigenous science, it's more based on practice. It's more inductive. It's generally oral tradition, and it's invaluable in terms of cost. So we need to take advantage, acknowledging the divergence, and then making the best use of them. And that means, well, what our eyes do, stereoscopy. When you have stereoscopy, you have an increased depth, an increased accuracy, an increased relief of the object you consider, and then you can take the object in its 3 dimensions. So it's by combining the lens of academic science and the lens of indigenous science that we can have a better understanding of the cylinder that we are looking at. It's important as well to consider both points of view because you can combine the insider versus the outsider view of the same object. And we need to encourage synergies between these 2 ways of looking at the same object. But to do this, we have to admit the fact that We have different histories and different subjectivity, as I said. This is so far how academic science has considered indigenous sciences. A researcher going to the field, studying the local knowledge, and then publishing what he knows about and what he's understanding about his indigenous sciences in a peer-reviewed journal. So it has to be validated by academic standards, which are the peer-reviewed journal. So indigenous sciences are integrated into academic science. I would say even it's subordinated to it. And we need to get rid of this way of considering indigenous sciences. There are new ways of trying to build collaboration with holders of these indigenous sciences. The first one is cross-fertilization. But to this cross-fertilization to occur, to exist, we have to admit our respective limits, our respective gaps, our respective caveats. We have to assume our respective subjectivity, and we have to accept and respect disagreement, which is a total change of paradigm in how academic science is positioned and considered as objective and universal. And if we want to admit these subjectivity and these limits, we have to be humble and consider indigenous sciences as equally valuable. And then there is another step of doing this. It's co-construction. Co-construction means really elaborating research program together and starting from the problems and not from the methodologies. It creates interdisciplinarity, it creates interculture, and I insisted on the fact that it's very important to carry out sustainable science, sustainability science, and we need to elaborate new generations of standards to produce, to valorize, and to co-share the results of this co-construction. Then we also have to reconsider the role of the researcher in this process. As you may have noticed, I use the term researcher and not the term scientist, because you understand now that I consider this term to be a little misleading. We are researchers. So a major difficulty is the dialogue, the difficulty of dialogue between the holders of indigenous knowledge and the decision maker. The relation and the possibility to communicate between each other is very weak. We evoked yesterday that, okay, researchers communicate with politicians. Sometimes the dialogue can be difficult, but this dialogue exists. So you have the dark arrow between those two categories of actors. Then you have a certain number of researchers who are trying to build co-construction research with holders of indigenous sciences. And this can be done through, for instance, citizen science initiative. But what is probably underestimated and which raises a lot of ethical questions that I would like, we can have the opportunity to discuss them in this assembly, is the role of the researcher as a mediator, as a catalyzer, as a facilitator of the dialogue between indigenous peoples and the decision makers, because we know that this dialogue doesn't happen, or when it happens, it's in a language which is not understood by indigenous communities. So the researchers has a role as mediators to facilitate this dialogue, but this role, many researchers are not prepared to do that. It's not in the education of academic science to prepare future researchers to endorse this role. So we have to think in terms of education, how to integrate this role of the researchers as facilitators in dialogue. And most importantly, we have to consider the fact that among our community, many people remain skeptical vis-à-vis this role that researcher may endorse. So I leave it here as a provocative issue. How do we convince skepticals of this new dimension of the role that researchers can play, not only in communicating with decision makers, not only in building co-construction research with indigenous peoples, but in playing this role of mediators and catalyzers between actors who don't talk to each other. Thank you for your attention.
So thank you very much, Edmond, for, again, this advocacy of bridging the gap between different communities, and in that case, different ways of producing scientific facts, evidences, and findings. So I would like to invite the audience, maybe for a few questions on these two presentations. Yes, please.
Hello? Yes, now yes. Thank you very much. I just want to reflect on your, in your introduction in general terms, which is very reasonable, but I also recommend to read the response to the book of Limits to Growth done in another book published. It's called the Modelo Mundial Latinoamericano, the Latin American World Model, which is also, has to be taken into account. And I think it's interesting to read both models, because the Latin American model, which is also called sometimes the Bariloche model, which was published by a group in Bariloche, my hometown in Argentina, Amílcar Herrera and people from the Bariloche Foundation, they reacted in 1972 to this original, this Limits to Growth, in the sense that they said that this book of Limits to Growth did not take into account the development of underdeveloped or developing countries. That's very important, because I mean the values, the limits of growth were taken, and talking about exponential growth and about the limits of population is only partial. And it is very important for sustainability to take into account the development of the south of our countries. So I think it's very important to put both models in perspective.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. Actually, I just mentioned the original work, but not the hundreds of books and papers in response to this book, and notably one also very influenced made by economists. Maybe a few years after, 2 years after, and showing also the limits to the limits of growth, okay? And I completely do agree. Actually, as a modeler, I know that all the models we are manipulating are false, okay, because they are simplifications of reality. Otherwise, we would not make models. Actually, if our models were as complex as reality, it wouldn't make any sense to build them and to manipulate them. So we have, of course, to take into account these different aspects, and you're completely right. The development, especially in a country like Vietnam, for example, Vietnam in 1972, has nothing in comparison. We cannot compare the situation 50 years ago and now, so you're completely right. Other questions? Yes, King.
Yeah, this question is not just for you guys, but also for me and other scientists in this room. So thank you, Edmond, for your very interesting presentation. And you raised a question that I has been asked by the vice directors of Da Nang Dong Re. So he asked me, like, what did you do? I mean, as a scientist, because you send us a lot of reports, but we don't know what we should do with those academic results. So, I mean, it's very difficult for us to translate or simplify our academic words, terminology, result into more and more understandable language that the policy makers, local community use every day. My friend also told me that we try to make our academic papers get published by very difficult terms and difficult results like a graph, etc. But the social community doesn't need that much. So can we get the easier papers, or you know, like when you post a very short message or status on Twitter or Facebook, there are lots of people accept and understand, and you influence a lot. We consider it's maybe social impact factor, but a lot of scientists just care about impact factor like Q1, Q2, XCIE, XCI, etc. So I mean that is really a hard question and challenge for me, even because I'm familiarized myself with the academic world. So now how we can motivate or even more cooperative at the starting point when we work with the community, listen to them more and understand the situation of the policy maker as well, because they need the data and they need a crucial analysis from scientists, but in very simple ways to make decisions. So that's just my, I don't know, comment or questions. Thank you.
Just a quick answer. There are many different dimensions in your question. The first one is about communicating with decision makers. There was a good example yesterday of a prime minister who would refuse to read a document that was longer than 1 page. I think it makes clear that we need to work on how to communicate with decision makers. The second point is that we need to change our publication system, and we need to find new ways of publishing which is more reliable with expressing the richness of indigenous sciences. And the third aspect is that we should be, as researchers, evaluated not only for the paper we published, but for the many other things that we do as researchers. And one of those are this role of intermediating, facilitator of dialogues. We make presentations, we try to combine arts and science, we try to give lectures, we go on the field, we participate to debates, we communicate with the medias. There's many other things that we do as researchers, but which are not recognized and evaluated by our peers as part of our job as researchers.
Yes.
Maybe Yvonne for a quick answer, and then we have a question by Gabriela.
I think that we have to more invite communities during our conferences, because when we invite them and they have a question also, and when we want to answer, we can have some word for them, and the expression also can help us to have the convenient word to approach them. But always we are during our conference between high-level scientists and no community. We have to do more mixed meeting. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Gabriela?
Yes, thank you very much for your very interesting and inspiring contributions. And my question is, you spoke about the importance of cross-fertilization in both senses, so transdisciplinarity, including non-academic actors and really involving various stakeholders in the development of solutions of main challenges, and also in terms of cross-fertilization of different disciplinary areas, right? So really systematic dialogue between social sciences and humanities with basic natural sciences and engineering, which is something sometimes very difficult because they don't speak the same language, they have different aims, etc. And then you spoke about, or you ended your presentation by saying, how can we convince them, right? And my question is, if you, to both of you, if you think that funding instruments, specific funding mechanisms are really responding to the need of promotion of this cross-fertilization and systematic dialogue. Do we have enough of such funding instruments, or how can we do more? Thank you.
Yes, first of all, you raised the critical issue of communication, and which is clearly connected to language. It's a problem that we have among researchers, not between disciplines, to find a common language for communication. So when we open the discussion to a broader range of stakeholders, that's critically a critical point, and especially with decision makers. There are some codes and rules of language when we try to communicate with decision makers. The difficulty I think that we meet in funding this kind of cross-fertilization and co-construction processes is on the long term. We don't need a lot of money to fund these collaborations, these partnerships, this co-construction, but we need money on the long run. It's a long process. We also have to deal with quick response expected by the decision makers and the need to engage in this collaboration on the long run. And what we are missing today is fundings for long-term program. If you know, the mainstream funding systems funds projects for 2 to 3 years and rarely more. And we need sources of funding running on 8 to 10 years. And this is what we are lacking today.
Yes. If this financial resource didn't exist, I think that it is possible. In my country, we have mining industries. They have a lot of money. If they put only 0.1% of the money to research, I think it is enough money to do something. So I think it's possible. You have some big foundation, has Bill Gates, who give money in the South also for development. And on Monday, I say we make the inauguration of the solar installation here. It is an industry who accept to put a lot of money for the facilitation in this center. So it is possible.
Okay, so do we have another question? So the last one, well, the last one actually for the two presentations, and then we move on to the next presenters. So do you have a microphone or no? Ah, okay, it's coming.
Okay. Thank you. Your presentation basically touched base on many different aspects in terms of dialogue, connection between the scientist, researcher, and then decision makers, and also the indigenous holder. So now, in terms of the concept of perception in here, I want to understand. So now, for example, one slide, you show the researcher doing research, submit paper through peer review for publication, and then she mentioned about the impact factor or whatever, the quality of the journals, that kind of thing. Because the researchers, they do research, and then they want to publish it, and then they want to get promotion, right? So we need to have a different criteria for promotion. I want to tell an example here in the US. For example, at our university, we have a promotion for professor, associate professor, but we also have promotion for research professors, and then also we call the extension research professor. So those people, they really don't need to get into the same criteria in terms of publication that, high quality or more scientific. They can publish research in another different type of journal, but will be acceptable. And then also we don't differentiate between the research professor or pool professor, assistant professor. So what I mean that we need to have different view about the quality, and that promotes people to do it research, and they do whatever they want to do, but they still meet their goal of promotion. And then to me, I'm at a different, the tenure track, but my colleagues, they work at, extension, service, and then I value their work a lot, because their work basically reaches out to scientific, the community, And then that solves a lot of practical problems. Sometimes my research field, I do research and get involved more with scientific things. But in terms of how can my resource be used for the social problem, sometimes not really. So that's why we call academic research and then extension research. So just want to have and just follow up and give my comment on that. And another thing now, the concept of perception. So now look like what you've been talking about. Education basically play an important role in here. So how to make people understand what the perception is, when it's acceptable, when it's not acceptable. And then when you talk, you talk about the education in here, so you need to take into consideration different culture, right? So the different countries have different culture. So now my question is, do you have any idea that you can take that, what approach that you could do or propose to do to get into the level of perception easier?
Not sure I fully understood the question, but globally your comments provide some added arguments to the fact that the way we do research is driven by the system and that there's a lot of things we need to change if we want to change the perspective and the social and the ethical posture that we should have as researchers and also as citizens, because there's a bridge, a permanent bridge to maintain between these two postures. I cannot provide more information than that really we need to change something and the paradigm must be revised.
Yes, so regarding education, we have a roundtable, I think tomorrow, which is dedicated to this subject. And so probably you will be able to have answers, at least more precise answers than the ones we can provide here. So thanks a lot for your questions. Now we move on to Chung, Nguyen Hyo Chung, for his presentation on the Mekong Delta.
Thank you very much. Actually, I would like to share you our experiences, trying to adapt to the changes. Here, changes not only in terms of natural resources, but also in terms of many kind of policy changes, also economic market changes, and so on. So our framework or the approach for adapting to changes, we follow what we call the sustainable agriculture transformation framework. And to propose this one, we actually have to look back in the history development of the Delta, where you find that actually, you all know that at the moment the Delta is the kind of the major rice production, the food security area of the whole Vietnam, and also we export a lot of rice and agriculture, aquaculture products to the world. However, in the past, after the 1975, after the war, the Delta is not, in terms of natural resources, it's not favorable for any for agriculture. The area always have a problem of flooding, salinity intrusion, acid sulfate soils, and I think only less than half of the land was favorable for rice production and other crops. We follow the plan, plan orientation, economic after the war, and combined with many serious problems of plant disease. We have the problem of food shortage, such as after that, and recognize the issue. The government had to have a kind of new policy at that time in 1986 to what we call now very famous term of đổi mới, renovation policy. At that time, the government, invest a lot on the infrastructure to put change the area to become food security area by constructing many hard structure by like dikes, sluice gates, and try to expand rice area and increasing yield. We do a lot of research to try to find new rice variety and also high yield variety and to put it, and then we was very successful to bring Vietnam to from the import, rice country to become the top, rice exporter countries in the world. However, we at the same time we also experienced the problem of environment, also problem of and also we experiences more natural disaster, also like high flooding or heavy drought, and also land erosion, and recently also we see a lot of land subsidence in the delta. This also put us to have the government have to reconsidering the policy for development the delta from the monocrop, major on rice production to more diversification of crops, and also focus more on livelihood activities and invest more for value-added quality and healthy products. And of course, with the impact of climate change, we also have a lot of focus on climate resilience project or research. And at the moment, people talking about the resolution 120, in which we will say we have to use more natural-based, solution to adapt to changes. And recently, the Delta also have what we call the integrated master plan for the Delta, in which we divide the Delta into different sub-agro-ecological zones, in which we have a different strategy for different kind of cropping systems. So you see that the whole time we always have to adapt to changes, adapt to the situation. So then we try to find how, the decision-making, drivers. This is the decision-making by not only by the government, but also by the farmer themselves. The farmer always have to make decision to change from their original, the traditional cropping system to the new one, to have them better livelihood and also to survive in the new condition. So we did a study to get their perceptions and try to put it into what we call the 4 P's of change, arrival of change. And the first P is the price. Actually, the farmer decision is very much depend on the input cost and also the output production price. If they find the original crop production is not so high in terms of cost, the price of the output products, or the input cost increase, they have to think of changing the system. The second one is the farmer themselves. Here we say the second P, the producer. And that's very much depend on their resource availability. Resource here means land area, capital, the finance resources, labor resources, and the other one is very important is knowledge and attitude. So if some farmers are willing to change from the old to new, some are not. And also it's very much dependent on the knowledge of the farming technology and also knowledge provided by different actors. The third one is the place. This is very much according to what we call the site, the farm area. If it belongs to the certain agroecological zones, if it in the saline intrusion area or flooded area or acidity area, or it's in highland or lowland, and also biology factors like crop disease and so on. And the last but very important one is the policy. And the policies here is, first thing is to, it's very important that we have to consider the chain agents. Chain agents here mean, scientists also. We also provide, knowledge and also suggesting new models, or banking system to support the financial support, or the local trader who buying the products and also selling the input materials. The second one in policy is the planning and implementation of the projects, the government project in the area. For example, they build a new construction to change from the saline area to the freshwater area. So also bring condition for change of agriculture system. So based on the 4 P's, arrival of chain, and together with what we call the value chains, and recently we're talking a lot about the agribusiness, model. So we propose this kind of framework we call the Sustainable Agriculture Framework, SAT. This framework, we see that here in terms of value chain, we have 2 stages of value chain, from the farm to get the products and to the product to the market. And here we see that we try to get the objectives from the global agenda, like what we are talking a lot here sometime before, in terms of green economy, mitigation, adaptation, sustainable development. So this is a very global agenda. We're talking a lot about that, but how it make it at the local situation. So to this framework, we also link to the local policy. For example, the local government want to have maximize or optimize the resources use, and also try to ensure the livelihood of the local people, and also put the growth of, in terms of social economic of the area. So, so this approach try to, if you look at here, you can see that from farm to product, we have to first the farmer are producer, and here important to have farming chain agents. That means we have the scientists or the supplier to bring in the technology, and also supplying good, for example, good seed or good fertilizer, more environmental friendly, or different kind of input, also to make sure that we can produce safety products. But then when we have a very good products, how to make, connect it to the market for healthy society. So here we have to, the market, we call here the market chain agents, like the local business, or from the logistic company agents, or from the government, also the scientists here also contribute in this to make, to introduce the awareness of the safe products to the market or the consumer. And then by that, we can provide, link the market or the consumer to the product that produced from the producers. So by applying this framework, you know, it's important to have also very crucial role of the government. So the governments play a very crucial role to motivate all actors and facilitate collaboration in co-design, in co-management, and also to facilitate innovation approaches for sustainable agroecological farming and agribusiness system in the area. So we hope that my sharing is a bit, of course, it is a very complex system. We published this work in paper, and if any of you want to study more, then you can send me an email. I will send the paper to you. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Chung, for this fascinating view of a fascinating case study. So, Abdou, your last, well, next and last. Okay, so I leave you the floor.
Comment? Diapo suivante. Thank you, Alexis. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers of this conference. Thank you, Alexis. Thank you, Edmond. Thank you, RD, for inviting me in this beautiful country again. I'd like to share with you a program we are right now drawing up in Senegal. That program aims at promoting rural development, sustainable rural development, youth employment, and food security. But before I present that program, please allow me to give the context which leaded us to build that program. I will present the global context, the African context, and the local context. Local is Senegal. Local, I will present to you a Senegalese, what I call a Senegalese paradox. I come from a country where there is a lot of paradoxes. I will give you one of them, and then I will present the program. First of all, I will talk about the issue of monopolization. I think that this is not new for you. In 2008, the world faced the subprime crisis. And that crisis led powerful nations and multinationals to invest in land, because land was a safe investment. According to the World Bank, 47 million hectares were grabbed in 2009, right after the crisis. And that came from the less developed countries. Now we no longer talk about undeveloped countries. I think that this is out of not to shock the undeveloped countries, but they are still undeveloped countries. I think Senegal is one of them. And the Global Land Project noted also that 63 million hectares in 27 African countries was subject to that transaction. I will recommend you the book, a book I like very much. I think that I've read it two times. The book of André Achéry Motlelev, La fin des terres, comment mangerons-nous demain? I don't know if there is an English version, but this book is very interesting. The issue of soil degradation, I'm still talking about the context. Soil degradation is a mere financial logic, is a consequence of mere financial logic. The world is facing land biological degradation, chemical and physical degradation. And one example I would like to give you, to be factual, is the population of earthworms. Earthworms are very important in the formation of soil because they are transporters. They are transporters. I'm just a mathematician, but I learned that from biologists. Earthworms has gone from 2 tons per hectare to less than 100 kilos per hectare in 50 years. So we are facing a very, very, very big problem. I think the book, also the book of Lydia and Claude Bourguignon, is a very, very good reference about this issue. They are very good militants and advocate for that issue. Now, Africa. Africa is, the population of Africa is 10 years younger than the rest of the world's population. More than 50% of the African population is less than 20 years, whereas more than 50% of the world's population is more than 30 years. So we are 10 years younger than the rest of the world. However, Africa holds 60% of the world's arable land. But I think that if you want to tell the truth, Africa, in terms of economic development, is la dernière de la classe, comment on dit en anglais? La dernière de la classe is ranked, is in the last position. If the world was a class, Africa is in last position. Africa is suffering a paradox also. Okay, the population is young. We have 60% of the arable land, and Africa is the last in the class. Now the Senegalese paradox. Senegal imports 60% of its cereal needs. But the Senegalese river, at the eastern and the northern border of Senegal, is occupied by a river called the Senegal River. And that river discharges 25 billion of cubic meters of fresh water in the ocean every year. Half of the arable land of Senegal is not exploited. The population of Senegal, like the population of Africa, is very young. The employment rate is 24%. This slide is the paradox. We have water, we have soil, we have young people and they do not work, but we import 60% of our cereal needs. This is a big issue. So this led us, I work with some colleagues and friends who come from different disciplines, because we believe in the merging of science and technology, humanities, and social sciences. We believe that if only science and technology cannot solve the big issues of the world, of this world, only humanities and social sciences cannot neither. So I'm working with some colleagues and friends who are in computer science, in mathematics, in law sciences, history, anthropologists, etc. So our belief is that as long as there will be people who try to line their pockets in agriculture, sustainability will never be considered. This is the basic principle for building this project. So the economic model is dictated by the fact that the search of profit is difficult to reconcile with sustainability. And the National Agriculture Program I'm presenting you is based on a principle of social solidarity economy with very simple rules. We recruit only young people because experts say that when 25% of a population is young, that country is subject to riots, to troubles, social troubles. And I'm telling you that Africa and Senegal, we have more than 50% of our population less than 20 years old. So this program aims at recruiting young people. If you have more than 35 years, you are old. You retire from that program. And one thing that is very, very important is that we recruit only graduate people from agriculture. And we merge them with rural young people, because we think that in order to attain sustainability in agriculture, we need to utilize the knowledge from the traditional knowledge and the modern knowledge. And if we merge young people graduated from our modern universities and rural young people, we can reach that goal. We recruit also experts. When I say experts, it's experts from agriculture, from commerce, the trade of agricultural products, okay, technical experts, but world class. People who know the state of the art about the good practices. The good practices to make the maximum profit, but the good practices also to consider sustainability. This is very important. And those people, those experts, will supervise and manage the farms. Excuse me, I'm thinking in French and I speak English. It's very complicated. And the one thing that is very, very important is that, and this is the most important principle in this project, is that there is no individual shareholder. No individual shareholder. Because I said, as long as people try to put money in their pocket, sustainability will not be considered. That's why individual shareholders are banned from this project. The territory communities are the only shareholders. The rest is for self-maintenance, because we try to draw up a model of self-maintained economy. In terms of solidarity, the profit that we make from that business, it is a business, but it's not a business for individuals, the business for the community, is used as follows. For the territorial community, their dividends go to water and electricity supply, education and health services. For the young employees, I recall you that the young employees retire very, very early. They retire from that program at the age of 35. In Senegal, if you have more than, I think maybe in France also, in Senegal, if you have more than 35 years, you are considered not young. Young people are those who are less than 35 years. Okay? So the dividends, part of the dividend is devoted to the contribution to a pension fund. When the young people, 25 years, retire, he has to go with something, financial support, to create another business. Now, for the business, I'm telling you that the business is self-maintained. So we implement all the perimeters, agricultural perimeters, in the rural community, but also in other communities, in other parts of the country. This is out of solidarity. Now, and the last point is the relationship that program has with the academic world. This is very important because, and this is natural, because the owners, les initiateurs, comment on dit les initiateurs? Initiators. Okay. The initiators of this program are all faculties. We are from mathematics, in computer science, agriculture, biology, etc. So we will give fund to researchers to work on sustainable agriculture. This point is very important for us in the future. Okay. So thank you very much for your attention. Sorry, because I think in French, I speak English.
Thank you very much, Abdou. So we have time for one short question, if there is any. Oh, there is one over there. The microphone is running towards you.
Thank you. I would like to direct the question to Professor Abdou-Sini. It's coming from the perspective of biodiversity this afternoon. It's really very difficult to talk about the conservation of biodiversity when basic needs are not fulfilled. For example, there's hunger and there's a lot of poverty. And this is secondary in your mind. But we see that population is one of the biggest causes of the attrition to biodiversity. UN projections for population see the decline of much of the world's population, perhaps for two main places. One is India, the other is the continent of Africa. So with an increase in this population, you have less resources. There are some models which has been applied, for example, in India, to help in the microeconomics of the very poor people, the model by Abdul Salam, for example. But I would like to ask a very direct question specifically for Senegal. What is stopping you from implementing those steps that has been underlined? What would be your biggest obstacles to that implementation? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think that something very important is, yesterday I was talking about the political leaders. This project is for us is very important. I'm drawing it up with some colleagues and friends, but this should be a national project supported by the government. I don't go to talk to them, because if you talk to them, they will take it and try to promote their militants. This is our issue. I think the big issue of Africa is our governors. Young people in Africa are aware now that we can manage and achieve the level of development of all the countries, of the developed countries. But our issue is our leaders. That's why I think that this is the main issue.
So Sonia, one very, very, very short question.
Yeah, I'll try to be very, very short. Thank you very much to Abdou Sene for his presentation. I think it's an excellent program involving different stakeholders, academics, local population. I have only a question. How are you going to cope with China, which is selling chicken, selling rice in these countries? Because many projects started like this in different countries of Africa, but after it was not possible to cope with this competition. So there is a need for rules and regulation to protect this project and program of agriculture. Thank you.
This is a very important question. My belief is that this is not fair. All the countries should not follow the same rules of OMC in French, I don't know, Organisation Mondiale du Commerce. No? Oui, commerce. Okay. There are international rules. We are all following. But we are following them being not in the same context. This is a very big issue. In some countries, there are more, it rains more than in other countries. The climate is not the same. So you should not follow the same rules. This is the issue. But I think that in Africa, if we think deeply in this about implementing agriculture, since the salaries are not very high, I think that in that competition, we can do something good for us.
Okay. I will have to stop the discussion now. I'm sorry, because everybody is hungry, I guess. Just one thing on your question, Sonia. One very excellent example is Vietnam, and what they succeeded with a big neighbor in the north. Okay, they completely succeeded actually in being now a net exporter of rice, while they were neighboring a country like China. So I think it's an excellent example, and we have seen the organization in the Mekong Delta as one possibility also of example, why not, for African countries. So I would like just to conclude this roundtable, first of all, by thanking a lot the presenters, because, well, it was very diverse, different point of views, and also they all basically agreed on different things, and I would like just to have 2 or 3 messages to take away from this roundtable. Well, the first one, and it's due to your question actually, is that models like limits to growth actually have completely failed. Well, they have succeeded in raising awareness, but they have failed in providing food for thought for solutions. And why did they fail? Probably, I don't know, it's an hypothesis, but actually it's probably something which has been at the heart of the 4 presentations. It's because the scale at which the awareness is raising is not the scale at which solutions should be implemented. Okay, and models like limits to growth cannot provide any guidance in terms of solutions. So what we have seen here is what was on one of Chung's slides. It's basically something which is not new, but we probably maybe need to work a little bit more on this as scientists, is to think global, okay, to continue to have large global explanations and understanding on how the world is working, but also to act locally. And maybe to learn and to educate on how to act locally. What does it mean to act locally? What does it mean to work with indigenous people and to consider that what they're doing is science? How is it to work with local communities in Africa, in Vietnam? And I think for the 2 last presentations, we have one possible track, one possible idea, and it is the importance of so I will call it land use policies. It's not only that, but it's really part of that, is by implementing fair land use policies and maybe working with people on how to use land in a proper way, maybe we could be providing solutions for, let's say, a sustainable future, at least locally. Okay, so thank you again. And I think we are awaited at the lunch room. Okay, thanks a lot.
part of knowledge will start in a few minutes. And with his memorize the First World Science event, reminded us about the Nobel Prize of Science and supported International Year of Basic Science for Sustainable Development 2022. activities memorize the First World Science event, reminded us about the Nobel Prize of Science, and supported International Year of Basic Science for Sustainable Development 2022. One, this is the Touch of Knowledge. Please a big hand for the Touch of Knowledge from 5 students of specialized school. Và bây giờ International Year of Basic Science for Sustainable Development 2022. One, this is the Torch of Knowledge. Please a big hand for the Torch of Knowledge from 5 students of specialized school. Và bây giờ ngọn đuốc khoa học được thắp sáng bởi các em học sinh sẽ truyền đến đại biểu và đại diện lãnh đạo bộ khoa học công nghệ, lãnh đạo tỉnh Ninh Bình, các giáo sư và nhà khoa học là những người tiên phong trên hành trình thổi tung ngọn lửa khoa học cho thế giới hôm nay và mai sau. minutes. We're starting in 3 minutes. And with his memoir, The First World Science Event, reminded us about the Nobel Prize of Science and supported International Year of Basic Science for Sustainable Development 2022. One. This is the Touch of Knowledge. Please a big hand for the Touch of Knowledge from 5 students of specialized school. Và bây giờ vị đại biểu ổn định là chúng ta bắt tay như lệ thắp đuốc khoa học sáng hôm nay ạ. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The talk of knowledge will start in a few minutes, and with his memorize the First World Science event, reminded us about the Nobel Prize of Science and supported International Year of Basic Science for Sustainable Development 2022. Torch of Knowledge will start in a few minutes. And with his Memorize the First World Science event, reminded us about the Nobel Prize of Science and supported International Year of Basic Science for Sustainable Development 2022. One. This is the Torch of Knowledge. Please a big hand for the Torch of Knowledge from 5 students of specialized school. Và bây giờ about the Nobel Prize of Science and supported International Year of Basic Science for Sustainable Development 2022. One, this is the Torch of Knowledge. Please, a big hand for the Torch of Knowledge from 5 students of specialized school. Và bây giờ ngọn đuốc khoa học được thắp sáng bởi các em học sinh sẽ truyền đến đại biểu và đại diện lãnh đạo Bộ Khoa học Công nghệ, lãnh đạo tỉnh Ninh Bình, các giáo sư và nhà khoa học là những người tiên phong trên hành trình bổ sung nguồn lực khoa học cho thế giới hôm nay và mai sau.
moderators, I ask them after the conference to provide us with a one-page, maximum 2 pages, summary of your roundtable, so that we can publish this as the outcome, a readable outcome. So there are maybe 10 roundtables, so that it will be less than 10 pages document which can be advertised as the outcome of this conference. Okay? Thank you.
Just also a housekeeping process. I would like to explain that there will be an outcome, but for example, for the sessions that we did yesterday, the way that we are doing in the IPU, we are going to take it, we are going to have a précis writing, we are going to really boil it down to the most important elements, and then it will be put in the charter, it will be put in our activities regarding the relation between science and politicians. It is not a kind of an outcome, it's a process. We are building on this. So allow me to start this session, and I'm extremely honored in this session to have an amazing dignitaries. We have, of course, Ambassador Sergio Duarte, and this is, for us, it's a big honor to have him as the president of the PAGWASH conferences on science and world affairs. For us, since long time ago, we learned as diplomats, we always look at him, we look up at him. So he represented the diplomacy of Brazil, and he dealt in a very important matter, which is disarmament. So basically, when we would like to discuss peace and disarmament, of course, Ambassador Duarte comes top on the list. Another organizational matter for this session, we are going to have a keynote from Dr. Karen, and then we will go into discuss all activities regarding science and peace. I would like to start by introducing the members of the panel, and then we will start with Karen, if you allow us, and then we will do the work. I will have, after Karen, I would like to talk about one of the important projects of the Interparliamentary Union. I will give its history, which is Science for Peace Schools, which we already decided yesterday that the second meeting for the Science for Peace Schools will be here next year. And it will be around 50 members from all around the world. And we are going to talk about science. We are going to talk about turning elements of conflict to reason for coexistence. And we are taking water as the substance of, or the main item of next year. Without taking much more time, I already introduced Ambassador Sergio Duarte. We are honored to have him. And then there is another important remark that I would like to say. Then I promise I will be in the context. I won't do anything wrong. We have big people here. I don't want to. I am very happy this time. And I would like to say this. This meeting is really different. 2018, we came. We met the president. We have a lovely photo outside. But the photo was missing very important thing. Colors. There was not a single African. Now I'm proud. We have 5 Africans. I'm an African. So I have to say that, and it's an amazing participation. We have a woman scientist. We have a young parliamentarian sitting here, a young parliamentarian from Africa. We have a young scientist, and we have a professor. You know, so we are, this is something personal, but I would like to say I'm very proud that people came all around the world from Bolivia, proud of their flags. This is what we are talking about. This is how science can bring us all together. And while I'm saying bring us all together from Mauritius, I'm very proud to have a young parliamentarian. We are counting on them for the future. And honestly, when you see a young parliamentarian, you have in your eyes a kind of an apology that you're giving them a very horrible word. Not only climate change and war, but also uncertainty. So God help them. On my right side, we have an ambassador from Vietnam. This is also amazing. You know, we have a woman ambassador. We're going to talk about peace. So she was asking me about, oh, I'm happy that there is a gender equality here. I told her, IPU is the only organization that we are forbidden to enter in any panel where there is no gender equality. So I'm very happy that we have this gender equality. Of course, we all know Karen. And what you don't know about Karen, that she's a partner in peace in the Middle East. Whenever I want to discuss with the Arab parliamentarians, I got Karen. I don't know, they are some kind embarrassed from her, so they don't fight in front of her. They listen to science, which is good. We all need to listen to science, and of course we have an expert, a member of parliament, an ex-minister, and he works in peace. Of course, our dear friend Dennis was one N, not two N's, as it's written here, you know, and we are very happy to have him. So basically, I would like to start by the keynote from Karen, then it will be followed by Professor Ambassador Sergey, then our dear ambassador, then the rest. Thank you very much for everything. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much, Ambassador Mokhtar, for your kind introduction. Good afternoon, members of the panel, and good afternoon to everybody, colleagues, friends from all over the world, new friends. As I already said yesterday, but I want to say it again, it's an honor to be here, and I thank the organizers for this invitation. And I really appreciate the discussions we are having these days. I'm happy to hear that there will be an outcome. We are thinking of conclusions. It's important to conclude. We've learned many things, so we have to really write something to see what we have learned all together here. I think this is a very important outcome of this meeting. But today I want to talk to you about science, peace, and disarmament. And so maybe several of you are asking yourselves, what is the linkage between science, peace, and disarmament? And what does science have to do with peace and disarmament? Let me define some important aspects of science. Yesterday we spoke about science and decision making, but today I want to emphasize other things which I didn't mention on purpose yesterday, so I had something to say today on what additional things we have from science that we can take advantage from or use for decision making, and also for peace and disarmament. Today I want to concentrate on peace and disarmament. I want to tell you some important topics of science for this particular peace and disarmament topic, and then I would like to give you some examples of Latin America, where Brazil and Argentina were, physicists from Brazil and Argentina were very active in participating in policy, particularly for nuclear disarmament and non-proliferation. So science, on the first point, most importantly, science is culture. Science is part of culture. Science is a culture that is shared among all humankind. It is a source of understanding. It is a way of connecting, of uniting. Science is intrinsically collaborative, it's universal. Scientists share a common language, which is not only English, but also mathematics, and it's a language of the procedure of how we do science. It's the common language of similar line of thought, the scientific method, I spoke about that yesterday, the procedure, the repetitivity, the peer review, etc. It is a way to connect, to get to know other cultures, and to build confidence. Science creates knowledge which belongs to all humanity. This is why it is so important to maintain scientific ties also in troubled times like now. Also in war times, it's important to maintain scientific connections with the Russians, with Ukrainians, and help the scientists, and to not to lose these ties. These are soft skills of science, these soft skills have developed into what is now known as scientific diplomacy or science diplomacy, which Mokhtar will talk about in the Science and Peace schools in a while. And it is gaining momentum among scientists, because not all the scientists, very few scientists know what science diplomacy is. And we as scientists are trying to reach with this concept to all our other colleagues. Look, for example, at the influence important international projects had like Sesame. The Sesame means synchrotron light for experimental science and application, and it's a huge scientific instrument, which is a synchrotron that is located in Jordan. And the Sesame has been very important to bring together scientists from all the Middle East, including Israeli, Palestinians, Egyptians, Jordanians, people from Iran, from many, many countries in the Middle East. I can also mention CERN in Geneva, the International Center for Theoretical Physics, founded by Abdus Salam in Trieste, which is highly international, and it helps us scientists from developing countries, and it has helped me in particular a lot when I was doing my PhD. I just mentioned a few of them, but just to give you an idea of how we scientists get together in these special projects and how science can unite people from even conflicting regions. A second point is that science is not only a culture, as I was saying, but science is also a way of thinking. The scientific way of thinking, or critical thinking we mentioned yesterday, involves being able to think logically, of course, we are trained for that, as precisely as possible, to give magnitudes, to know about orders of magnitude, to be very precise, to take into account the evidence and facts in argumentations, as we also spoke about yesterday, to develop intellectual honesty, to be able to discuss and to recognize our own failures or mistakes. And also to learn to listen to the others. Science also entails developing lateral thinking, creativity, innovation, and inspiration. And this is a connection between science and arts. We have to think laterally. We have to be creative as scientists. Scientists is not only an abstract and a code profession. Science has a lot of creativity. If we're not creative, we cannot do science. Critical thinking is not privative of science, and this is something important I wanted to mention. It has to do with a roundtable we had this morning. Critical thinking that has to do critical thinking or scientific thinking is transversal to all human activities and should be taught to children since a very early age. And critical thinking should not be only taught in science courses at school for children. And critical thinking has to be taught in language, in history, in all the other topics at school. So it's not privative of scientific topics. As the famous the astronomer, Carl Sagan, astronomer and science communicator, said during an interview in 1996, he said, "Science is much more than a body of knowledge. Science is a way of thinking, a way of skeptically interrogating the universe with a fine understanding of human fallibility." Aren't these beautiful words? In the 1950s, the world was witnessing the development of the hydrogen bomb, which is 1,000 times more lethal than the bombs that were dropped over Hiroshima and Nagasaki. 1,000 times. Imagine 1,000 of those bombs. That's one H bomb. Why am I saying this? Because in that moment, a group of scientists led by Bertrand Russell and Albert Einstein, I'm talking about 1955, they wrote an inspiring manifesto, which is now known as the Russell-Einstein Manifesto, which it bears their names, which was signed by additional 9 scientists, which were Nobel Laureates or would become Nobel Laureates. And this manifesto sustained is that in order to avoid total destruction of human beings, of the world, we human beings, it said, must necessarily search for peaceful solutions to the conflicts between nations, tackling them in a rational way and creating mutual confidence. They conclude, if we want to survive, and these are very current and present words which are valid today as well as in 1955, if we want to survive, they said, we must learn to think in a new way. We must learn to think in a new way. This was Albert Einstein's last public pronunciation. He died shortly afterwards. So as a consequence of this manifesto in 1957, the Pugwash Conferences for Science and World Affairs, of which Ambassador Duarte is the president, was created, and the Pugwash Conferences were awarded the Nobel Peace Prize for, quote, for their efforts to diminishing the role played by nuclear weapons in international affairs and in the long run in eliminating such weapons. So the Pugwash Conferences are bringing scientific rationale already in 1957 to public and political discussions. This is why I'm bringing this in, because it has to do with critical thinking in political discussions. So the third and last point, science is also, as we all know it, a source of knowledge and technology. Of course, science produces technology. This is what science is mainly known for. As such, scientists must acknowledge their responsibility. Science and technology have contributed enormously to our well-being, to the improvement of our life standards, although it does not reach the majority of the world population. We're still lacking that. However positive these developments have been, we humans have also applied our knowledge to harm others and to harm our environment, the only place we have in the universe to live in. In his Nobel acceptance speech in 1995, Joe Rothblatt, who got the Nobel Peace Prize together with Pugwash, he said, "In these times when science plays such a powerful role in the life of our society, when the fate of all humanity may depend on results of scientific research, it is incumbent upon all scientists to be fully aware of that role and to conduct themselves accordingly. I appeal to my scientific colleagues to remember their responsibility towards humanity." So these are very nice words and have to do with the responsibility of scientists and the ethics of us scientists. And the other point I wanted to convey to you is the question of how have scientists contributed to peace and disarmament, and these are the examples. The first example I can come up with is, of course, the very important role of scientists working in organizations. We've been listening to several of them, like the UN, like the IPCC, like the WMO, like the IAEA, among several others. I'm just mentioning it as examples, or working in the implementation and compliance of treaties, because we need technical knowledge sometimes for the treaties. Like, for example, the Non-Proliferation Treaty, the CTBT, which is a comprehensive test ban treaty, and other treaties like the prohibition of biological and chemical weapons. We do need scientists to participate actively in these treaties. But there are also scientists that are working in their labs, but they also contribute as informed scientists, citizens, to peace and disarmament. And I will give you the example of the Brazilian and the Argentinian physical societies. In the 1980s, the physicists from these physics associations of Argentina and Brazil, among them Luis Masperi and Da Sousa Barros, they raised the necessity of a joint nuclear accounting and inspection agreement between Argentina and Brazil. They called for an exchange of nuclear information and the establishment of mutual inspection of nuclear facilities. They were awarded the Burton, the APS, American Physical Society Prize for Peace, because of this, because they were really promoting the peaceful collaboration between Argentina and Brazil in moments where Argentina and Brazil could have developed nuclear weapons because they had the knowledge of doing so, but they decided not to. In 1988, both physical societies in Argentina and Brazil, they issued another joint declaration in which they reiterated their joint position against nuclear programs with military purposes and to any development of nuclear weapons in both countries, agreeing that their nuclear programs must be based on a strict civil control, generating the mechanisms to effectively guaranteeing its peaceful objectives. So, I mean, these declarations contributed to the rapprochement between Argentina and Brazil on nuclear issues. And then in 1985, the presidents of Brazil, Sarney, and of Argentina, Alfonsín, they got together in Brazil, and they signed a joint declaration for peaceful development of nuclear policy. And they visited nuclear enrichment facilities in both countries. So this agreement between nations led to the ABAC. ABAC is the Argentina-Brazil Agency for Accountability and Control, which still exists, and it's an exemplary institution at the international level of a regional agreement between two countries to have control over their nuclear facilities. Finally, then, in 1994, both countries became full partners of the Tlatelolco Treaty. The Tlatelolco Treaty is the Latin American Free of Nuclear Weapons for the prohibition of nuclear weapons in Latin America and the Caribbean. In 1995 and 98, Argentina and Brazil became respectively signatories of the Non-Proliferation Treaty. And finally, now recently, the Treaty for the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons came into force in the beginning of last year. It includes the signature of Brazil, and Argentina has not signed yet. But Vietnam, for example, giving a local example, has signed the treaty and has ratified the treaty. So Vietnam is a full member of the Treaty of the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons. And in an address to the United Nations, the Vietnamese Minister of Foreign Affairs said that the adoption of the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons was a historic milestone towards a world free of nuclear weapons. Vietnam also stated in the UN later that this treaty completes the total ban on all weapons of mass destruction, in addition to, obviously, the chemical and biological weapons. But of course, I mean, there are still many important countries that should sign and ratify the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons. We know what countries we're talking about, and it is a difficult task, but at least the concept is there. And this treaty is based on humanitarian law because taking into account the terrible consequences of a nuclear explosion. So just a final example is that the Brazilian Physical Society was also had an important role in the implementation in the Brazilian constitution of an article which reads that all nuclear activity in the national territory will be used for peaceful purposes exclusively and under approval of the National Congress. So this is an example in Latin America that Brazil has this in its constitution. The Argentine Physical Society also has an article that says that any conscious participation by physicists in the development, improvement, and fabrication of weapons of mass destruction is seen as an important bridge to ethical considerations. And this is one of the few scientific societies that include a mention to these weapons in the Code of Ethics. The only other Code of Ethics I know about is the Japanese Code of Ethics of Atomic Energy, where they vow to restrict the use of nuclear energy only to peaceful means. So to finalize, then I'd like to reflect on a particularly worrying situation concerning now, of course, the war between Russia and Ukraine, which is causing the death of civilians, indiscriminate destruction and displacement of millions of people, violating important international agreements. And generating one of the most important political instabilities since the end of the Second World War in 1945. So because of this, the Argentine and the Brazilian Pugwash groups that we share here with Ambassador Duarte, we issued a joint statement, so scientists and policymakers and diplomats working together, that says the following. In the current circumstances, the Russell-Einstein Manifesto becomes fully valid again now, under these circumstances, due to the concern about the use of nuclear weapons in armed conflicts and their devastating consequences on all humanity. quote in the manifesto now we can read, so 70 years afterwards, the following: in view of the fact that in any future world war, nuclear weapons will certainly be employed, and that such weapons threaten the continued existence to mankind, we urge the governments of the world to realize and to acknowledge publicly that their purpose cannot be furthered by a world war, and we urge these governments, consequently, to find peaceful means for the settlement of all matters of dispute between them. It ends, the Russell Einstein Manifesto ends by saying, we appeal as human beings to human beings. Remember your humanity and forget the rest. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Karen. We hope that we all remember our humanity, really, and remembering our humanity, remembering peace. And I would like that right now we would like to give the floor to Ambassador Sergio Duarte, and then we will open discussions regarding the keynote and regarding Monsieur Sergio Duarte. Then we will start with the ambassador and the rest. Thank you very much. Thank you, Karen.
Well, thank you very much, Mokhtar. Let me, first of all, thank ICISE and the organizer for bringing me here, all the way from Latin America, all the way from Brazil. It took 26 hours, and I am kind of out of a bit of sleep, but I hope that this will not be a major problem. Okay, I understand now. When I was reading the guidelines for this discussion, I came upon this piece of organizational work. It says that increasing amounts of resources are devoted worldwide to develop new weapon systems. But science said also the guidelines could be used better to foster intercultural dialogue and to be conducive to peaceful development. If you look at the expenditures in armaments in the world, for the first time, the world is about to surpass $2 trillion. It's a lot of zeros. Perhaps the scientists here can see these zeros better than I can. But it's an enormous amount. And for the first time, the world is spending too much on armaments and much less for peace. If you look at the development goals, sustainable development goals that were adopted by the United Nations in 2015, $5 to $7 trillion every year would be necessary to resolve the problems in developing countries, and mainly for infrastructure, for food security, for climate change, for mitigation and adaptation of populations, for health, and all the things that are beneficial to life. Unfortunately, we are spending too much on armaments. The United States alone spends yearly about $800 billion. The next big spender is China, spends about 1/3 of that. And then you go on, India spends 76 billion, the UK 68 billion, Russia 63 billion, and France 56 billion. These are the 5 most important nuclear weapon states. They continue to spend more, and they continue to develop new kinds of armaments. And this is really a big problem, because this is what science is helping them to do. Instead of helping to bring peace, science is fostering new armaments, more deadly weapons. I recall some examples I'd like to give you from my experience as a diplomat. 2 examples of how science was important in organizing and helping the negotiation of agreements on disarmament. The first instance was for the Nuclear Test Ban Treaty in the end of 1950s. Scientists met informally. It was an informal meeting. It was basically sponsored by Sweden. And there were scientists from Europe, from the United States, from Africa. I remember there was a very distinguished Egyptian scientist there, seismologists. And what they wanted to do was to see, and then of course they were scientists, they wanted to see how things really worked. Diplomats work differently. Diplomats want to conciliate points of view, but scientists want to see what is the truth, what really happens in a given phenomenon. And these people there, those scientists, there were about 20 of them from different countries. They were trying to determine whether at the scientific stage in those times, in the late 1950s, whether it was possible to distinguish between a natural seismic phenomenon and one provoked by an explosion. And they took a number of years to do that. And finally, this work paid off. Today there is the treaty that forbids nuclear explosions, test nuclear explosions, and there is an organization that was put together by this treaty that has stations around the world, hundreds of stations, seismic stations, radionuclide stations, and other kinds of ways to detect whether a given seismic phenomenon is or is not a natural one or is a provoked one. And this is a tremendous work that took several years, and now we have this treaty. Unfortunately, some of the main nuclear weapon states have not yet finalized their accession to this treaty. But we continue trying. At least this, for many countries that signed it, nuclear test explosions are forbidden. But none, even those that did not sign it, no one yet dared to do another test. So this was an important example of how science was used to make possible a major treaty. The other one was the treaty that forbade chemical weapons. And there the question was to distinguish and to forbid those kinds of chemical compounds that could only serve for making weapons. And these should be completely forbidden as they were in the treaty. But then again, this treaty that took a number of years to negotiate. Then a second class of chemical agents are those that could have dual application, could be used either for peaceful purposes or for making weapons. And then, of course, it took a number of years of science helping how to distinguish these kinds of agents, of chemical agents, so that some could be completely forbidden and others could be permitted under verification. So factories, chemical factories all over the world are subject to verification to see whether they are producing compounds, agents that can be used for weapons. And this is only one of the possibilities that have been used in which science has cooperated with diplomats to produce two major treaties, the treaty on the prohibition of nuclear tests and the treaty on the prohibition of chemical weapons. There are others, of course. There's a bacteriological treaty also in which science has a major role to help that treaty to come together. But we did much more than that. We need to make a way in which science can be used much more efficiently, much more effectively to eventually come and ban nuclear weapons themselves. There is a treaty that was negotiated a few years ago, a treaty banning nuclear weapons, the treaty on the prohibition of nuclear weapons. But this work is still in the beginning. The treaty has already existed. It has 68 signatories and has some 86 or 87 countries that have signed it. There are 68 countries that have already ratified it. But we need the big ones. None of the big producers of nuclear weapons have acceded to this treaty. So we need science also to help us, to help diplomats, to help negotiate things like this treaty on the prohibition of weapons. I just want to give you those two examples that I recalled reading those guidelines for this discussion. And again, let me thank you very much, and thank you, Karen, also for her very useful and very, very interesting talk. And I'm very happy to be here with you. Thank you.
So we can open the floor now for questions, but my advice, we can have the whole questions in the end. We have now also a similar but a different practical experience. We have our dear ambassador, former ambassador and extraordinary for Vietnam in Myanmar, Madame Dong will just take the floor now. We can keep all the questions until the end. So please, Madam, thank you.
Thanks, the Chairman, Mr. Mokhtar Omar. And thanks, professors, Chen Thangpan, and the organizer to invite me to be here. And I would like to raise 5 personal points of view on this session. The first one, I would like to talk about the nature of science and the natural ethical scientists. I want to say that science in nature is given for the development of people, of prosperity and peace. Is the nature of science. And we can see that no scientists want to sacrifice their spirit, their know-how, and their life for human mass-killing weapons. No one did. But indeed, the leaders, the politicians in some countries have taken advantage of their power games and their negative individualisms, and also the extremist nationalism, in order they comment the scientists to promote and to contribute to the arms race in some aspects. So the scientists lose their ethics because of many reasons, and lose their spirit of science, their natures in science for the research and the development of mass-killing weapons, and including nuclear weapons as well. And that I come to the second point, that how to prevent that. I think that yesterday we already talked about education and ethical trainings for the leaders, for the politicians, for the policy maker, and for the scientists as well. But I think that laws is more important, because law is abiding and will help to prevent. So altogether, we cannot say this or that, but altogether. And I think that national strategies for education, for ethical training, for laws, to prevent the usage of know-hows for the arms race should be enhanced. And in Vietnam, I should say that we have the ethical training. Education is of course for the scientists, but we also have ethical training for the scientists and for the leader as well. That contribute much to the thought of the people about peace, security, and development, human development. including also, I want to say that even that in Vietnam, professors, associate professors, when they reach to the title, and even then me, when I reach the title as ambassadors, I have to pass a lot of courses, and including ethical courses on international relation, on international peace and security. The reason is very simple, that Vietnam is a country, and very rare countries that suffer 7 years of war. So that's why we really sacrificed for peace and security in the world. Now I come to the third reason, is the relations between scientists and diplomats. I myself is an ambassador. Of course, I'm a politician. But also I'm a doctor on political science, so I think that I am a political scientist. And when I work with the Ministries of Foreign Affairs, I can see that we played very significant role. And we really stand in the front, in the first front, to promote the engagement, the involvement of Vietnam in the disarmament campaigns in the United Nations and in the international relations as well. We are ambassadors in all countries, including Myanmar. When we take the missions, we always pay much attention and let high priority on the friendships, cooperation, and preserved the peace and stabilities of the region. First of all is ASEAN, but more wider is the Asia Pacific and East Asia cooperation as well. So I think that for disarmament, the scientists and the diplomats should have the close coordination to promote disarmament. I think that's very strategic, significant. And the fourth, I am also a researcher, strategic researcher for the Ministries of Foreign Affairs to make policy recommendations to the government. And for that, we have the Center for Security and Development within Ministries of Foreign Affairs, because we think that security and development have the linkage. And from that, I want to say that when we have that, all our research focus much on peace, stability, and the negative impact and also serious, dangerous consequences of unrest, especially nuclear unrest, is really essential for the people in the world and in Vietnam to understand about the peace and stability and the necessaries of disarmament. So I think that we should also have the relationship and partnerships between the scientists and the strategic researchers. I think that's also important. And my last point, I think that commitment. I want to talk about commitment. We all know that so far we have a lot of commitment, international commitment on disarmament. But also we have a lot of commitment have been broken. So how to keep the commitment? I think that national policy, and especially politicians and scientists, both together, need to enhance the commitment. How to do that? At Vietnam, within Ministries of Foreign Affairs, we have the Department of International Charter, Convention, Legal Documents. And these departments take responsibility to remind and recall the essential politics of Vietnam and also all ministries to have strong implementation and strict implementation with the international documents that Vietnam already signed and become the members. That's very important. And also the scientists, I think that all over the world, we should also have the strong commitment to disarmament. In Vietnam, we also have that. We have the scientists, not in a social science and humanity, but we also have the scientists in military. And the scientists in military, they should swear and keep their swears for disarmament. And from that, I would like to say that the Vietnamese Ministries of Foreign Affairs, Ministries of Defense, we have very close cooperation. We can see that Vietnam is among countries already have white book on defense. That's a very big progress of Vietnam to have a clarification and openness of our militaries to military strengths to the world. And this contribute much to the peace and stability within ASEAN and also in the regions of Asia-Pacific. And from the last point, I want to say that when the nation have the strong commitment, have laws, and have the strict requirement to the scientists, then, and only then, the scientists can be happy and can focus their spirit, their natures of science for their research, for their works, and we understand that they are deserved for Nobel Prize for Peace. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I know that I told the participants that we are not going to ask questions, but I was lying. I want to ask questions. So basically, what do you think the amount of science diplomats need to know in order to enter in that field of disarmament? Because I have my own experience. I said it yesterday. We didn't have any scientific information about climate change or WMO, and by our involvement in the process without knowledge, we were going to really stop the whole process. We were a negative impact. So my first question for you is, should diplomats enter in that field without knowledge, without science, without really understanding the magnitude of the work? This is my first question. And as I am the moderator, I can say another question, no problem. So we are talking about here as diplomats, as a political scientists. I like the word. I like the word, but and as a matter of fact, in my 32 years working in that field, I can a little bit say that we are more practitioner, or on our part, we are more practitioner, we are more implementer of what our government is telling us. So as a matter of fact, I'm not that scientist, I'm an implementer. And I would like to commend your Ministry of Foreign Affairs, who brought up an amazing ambassador like you, who is a political scientist and a real someone who knew the science of disarmament and peace. So please, if there's an answer for those questions, I will be very happy.
I think that many people ask us that, and they think that diplomats, we just focus on international relations and politics. But indeed, we have to know all. And of course, we have the knowledge in all fields. even that we understand about the nuclear, we understand about climate change, we understand all about global warming. We have all of that knowledge. But of course, we are not the specialists on these areas. So that's why we need to cooperate. As I said, cooperate with the scientists on special fields to help us to understand more. Because when we join in the national debate, national negotiation, and also, international debate and international negotiation, we need to have the knowledge on that. And also we have to understand the benefit, the goals, and also the interest of other countries on these issues. So only with that, we can fulfill our mission. For example, that we, and I myself also, take part many times to involve in the scientific conferences on global warming and climate change. And we understand very well about the dangers of the sea waves increased. And that we understand all. So that I want to say that it doesn't mean that we focus much on international relations, on friendships, but we don't focus on difficulties and challenges that all nations are facing now. That's the first one. And the second one is that you're right to talk about between the policymaker and the implementer. That's a gap. But we try to, how to reduce the gap is really the issue. For example, that we are diplomats, we are usually implementators and policy applying. But indeed, nowadays, all our ambassadors have been involved in the sections of policymakers. And we have very frequent the meeting among the ministries relating to the issue. For example, about defense and security and disarmament, we have a regular meeting with ministries of defense and ministries of public security. And for global warming and climate change, we have very fun and regular meeting with academies, social academy and academy on social science and humanities, and also science and technologies. So that's a kind of mechanism that we are used now to narrow the gaps between the policymaker and the real implementators of policy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We are used that you are always the last and the good. You are the dessert. We count on your practical experience in politics, in science, and in peace. I would like to give the floor to Ms. Tina. And we are honored to have you, Ms. Tina, as a young parliamentarian. And we are pleased to have your thoughts. You have fresh eyes. You have fresh mind, and your experience. Maybe it's not that long, but it is pure. So when politicians they grow up some habits. One of the habits that they start not to care, and it's not all politicians, but in our organization we have 46,000 parliamentarians, and I can tell you they are not all caring, and there are reasons that sometimes they don't care, and sometimes they lose hope, and sometimes their energy. So I would like to give you the floor, and I would like to listen from you. We all would like to listen from you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mokhtar. So I would first of all exactly reply to this question. This morning, I had some friends from Vietnam who were in the same transport, and one was a journalist and another here at the Institute. And the first question they asked me was, of course, where I am from. And the second question was whether I am in science. And when I said, I am a politician. So the next question was, so why are you here? So let me say why I am here. The reason is twofold. The first reason is actually my personal story, which I started sharing yesterday. I actually was a student of sciences. I loved sciences. I actually was even a prize winner at college in biology, in chemistry. I wanted to be a chemist. I loved chemistry. But, unfortunately, I was never given neither the scope of a career path, nor even encouraged to continue the studies in science. I was told by high-rank officials in my country, it's better not to pursue a study in science because you will be sitting here years waiting for a job. And we advise you to change field, which I unfortunately did at that time. I chose to go for finance, but I made it a point and a pledge to myself that I will do something to help all those young girls out there, not even young girls, maybe sometimes even the guys out there, who want to make a career in science, but especially in developing countries like Africa and parts of Africa like Mauritius. We have some barriers, some stereotypes, which still are here. And this is why I want to be able to be instrumental to break those stereotypes, and also today, being on the other side of it, being a parliamentarian, I can actually be instrumental in bringing about the policy required to give that encadrement, as we say, that support system to support our young generations who want to build a career in science. This is why yesterday I was inspired seeing so many women, lady scientists sitting in front, and this is what inspired me to ask the question. And I will go back home with this note, and I will also write, I will not just take, as you say, the proceedings of the assembly and our discussion, but I want to build a paper to be able to bring policy change, to encourage our young girls to actually have hope and dream. So this is the first reason I told you. And the second reason actually is the reason why I chose politics over being a lecturer at the university. Being a lecturer at the university was giving me a lot of sense of fulfillment because I could see and feel that I could influence lives. Because my motto in my life is to be able to contribute positively in at least one life. And when I was given the chance to be a politician, the question I asked myself, in what way would that contribute to my life purpose? And my life purpose is actually to be able to touch and make impact, positive impact, in more lives. And being a politician, I can tell you I am able to do that. And of course, it requires a lot of goodwill, hard work, and action, because as you said, the whole system is not really of that goodwill, of that good intent, because some maybe have been discouraged by the system or others lack the dynamism. But I truly believe that where there is a will, there is a way, and when like we are in such forum, when there is that shared passion, that shared commitment, this is where we know there is hope, that together we can make a difference. Because we find like-spirited people who want to bring the change to the table. So this is the reason. So now coming to the conference and the panel right now, I want to bounce back directly on what our Nobel Prize winner, Mr. Sergio Duarte, said. He said that the expenditure, I mean, spending on war was much, much more than on peace. And that's alarming, given, as he mentioned, the Sustainable Development Goals. You know, earlier this year, I was also in India at what we call the Raisina Dialogue, which is a flagship conference on governance. And at a question which was raised in such a platform by some other young dynamic youngsters who wanted to bring a change in the world. So they asked, why are we not spending enough on climate change? And you know what was the answer from some high-ranked people? Which, of course, I was disappointed to hear. The answer was, you know, focusing more on investment, more investment in climate change may make our defense and security vulnerable. And I won't mention the country, of course, because for confidentiality purpose, but this made me think. And what are we aiming at? I come to the definition of science as given by Karen earlier to start with. Karen stated that science is part of culture. Science is a way of connecting, of uniting. So this is where and why we are at this table today. Because I truly believe if we are talking about the role of science in bringing peace, in reducing wars, and of course, in disarmament, we have to know where we stand and what we want to do. Because as you said in the definition of science itself, it is about uniting. So I have a few questions as well, to which I don't have the answer, and I hope we can brainstorm together and get the answer by the end of the conference. My question is, however, does disarmament or absence of war equate to peace or not? Second thing, we are encouraging science. Of course, we want to encourage our experts out there to go ahead in their fields and do whatever it takes to, you know, to transform that passion into their research and bring it out there. But there's also a question of moral responsibility. If I have to talk about, for instance, nuclear war, there is a quote I like a lot, which I read somewhere in a book, which I can't even remember, and it says like, the nuclear genie is out of the bottle, but it is manifesting as nuclear proliferation. Was that the initial intent of a scientist? We don't know. So again, the question comes to, of course, having the ability, encouraging the skills, and of course, the advanced research, but at the same time, having that, you know, that moral duty, responsibility, and also having cognizance that there may be broader implications for not just us as individuals, but to the society at large, to the world at large. And this is where now I come to actually scientific diplomacy, which I believe that you wonderfully describe, and I believe that can and is the bridgeway between scientists, politics, and of course, bringing to the table issues that need to be discussed, just like you mentioned, not just war, not just climate change, but any other issue, which we believe is of essence to the world. So I want again to say here that if we think over it clearly, I believe it all boils down to, again, education. Because whatever job we choose, be it as a politician, be it as a scientist, being as a diplomat, or being as an advocate for peace, actually it is built on the system of values we believe in, and also on how we believe we can actually, you know, contribute in making something. So that's why I think education is the panacea. So I believe in a bottom-up approach where, of course, we have to teach the teachers to teach the kids, but the kids have to grow up in the school knowing, okay, this is science, this is amazing, I can do amazing creations with that, but there are also implications. And also I have a moral responsibility, and I am a righteous citizen. So to be able to make that balance, you know, because at the end of the day, we cannot play the blame game. Oh, it's science who is at fault, or it's diplomats who are at fault, or it's the power games or the politicians who are at fault. Because I believe we all have, yes, we have collective responsibility, but we also have that individualistic responsibility and ethics. And this is where I personally believe that it all starts from here. If we have this strong enough, then we can come together collectively and, of course, build on this collective platform, which can become a pillar to drive change. So I won't be long because I have so much to say, but I know I don't have time. So I want to end here on saying the same word which Karen said, which is about connecting, which is about uniting, and which reminds me again of a famous quote for Africa, which was used actually, which says Ubuntu. Ubuntu means we are one, we are family. And I would like to thank Mokhtar for giving the opportunity, the IPU, for bringing this bridge today, because it's thanks to the IPU that parliamentarians are here in this forum, with scientists, with those who have that passion. My colleague Dennis is here, my other colleagues from India, from Egypt, or from France are here. So I believe that you are the ones who help make it happen, and especially if we talk for Africa, and especially breaking the gender stereotypes. Thank you for helping to make it happen. And so Ubuntu, it means we are one. We have to remember the connectedness, and if we have to really, if we want to really make a change, then we have to start here. It starts by one commitment, it starts by one action, which leads to the next. And of course, this is how there will be, you know, that kind of paradigm shift which we want to see brought about, and we can actually leave the world a better place. And to end on Michael Jackson's world, heal the world, make it a better place for you and for me and the whole universe. Thank you.
Wonderful words, thank you. I like it especially when you thanked IPU. I don't know why, you know, just you praised us, I don't know, it's make me very happy, you know. The rest I didn't really focus on, but this was really took my attention. No, it's really, no, I focused on, but it's really exactly what we want. We want the new generation to come. I remember when we wanted to make this young parliamentarian forum, everybody was against. Speakers were against. Speakers were against. They told us, what are you going to do? So I said, you know, we need the young, you know, they have the future more than us. I said, who told you so? We can stop their future now. So I said, okay, fine. We have to have a young parliamentarian. They need to correct what we didn't do. We need to help them to make the world really better. So talking about really better, we need to have the right experience. And we have, of course, Honorable Dennis here. And we talked to him yesterday, and he's really, now he's just pulling the whole work. This organization, this committee was built by Monsieur Michel Larive with Dr. Sahar. Monsieur Michel Larive right now is going to be the consultant of the IPU as a whole in science and technology, and we are all counting really on His Excellency, the Honorable Dennis, for continuing this work and taking us to the implemental level, to implement what we are talking about. So thank you very much, the President.
Thanks very much, Mokhtar. I'm going to stand up here because the people over here in the corner won't be able to see me. Can I just pick up on the comment that Mokhtar has just made and the presentation by Tina? And that is, you know, from talking with people, and I've had the opportunity here over the last few days to speak with many of you. And the one thing that comes across consistently from a lot of the scientists is, you know, how do we communicate better with Parliament? Well, I'll give you one suggestion, and that is, you know, you have Tina here, you have Dr. Hina here in front of me as well. Communicate with the young parliamentarians, young, ambitious parliamentarians who really want to make a difference. They need the input from scientists. They need the evidence from scientists. And if you want to start somewhere, start with them, because they are always open, they don't have the closed minds, they haven't been set in their ways, and there is your opportunity if you want to take the first step. So I've been asked maybe to speak a small bit in terms of my own practical experience in terms of peace building. I come from the island of Ireland on the west coast of Europe, and we have an ongoing peace process on our small island. And we have, just over 2 decades ago, we had what was called the Good Friday Agreement, an agreement by the Irish government, the British government, co-sponsored by the European Union and the United States, with the people in Northern Ireland. And one of the structures that was established under the Good Friday Agreement was what's called the North-South Ministerial Council. And this is a council where the cabinet from Northern Ireland and the cabinet from the Republic of Ireland meet in plenary session once a year. And then there are sectoral committees that meet twice a year. One of those sectoral committees is in the area of environment. And in that we look at common issues and common challenges and see how we can overcome them. And the ministers from Northern Ireland, I don't just meet my counterpart as Environment Minister from the Republic of Ireland. I don't just meet my counterpart from Northern Ireland, but there has to be a co-delegation representing both traditions in Northern Ireland. So unless there is a unionist representative and a nationalist representative, the meeting cannot take place. So in my case, in terms of environment, my counterpart in Northern Ireland was a member of the Democratic Unionist Party, but there also had to be a member of the cabinet from Sinn Féin or the Catholic tradition also at the meeting in order for the meeting to be convened. And one of the responsibilities of the Northern Minister after that meeting is to actually go back to Parliament and to report back to Parliament on the content of the discussions that were held, and to hold a questions and answers session with the members of Parliament in Northern Ireland on the detail in relation to that. Now, because of the convoluted mechanism that's there, because it's set out in an international agreement, and contrary to my thinking as a minister, my officials warned me and warned me and warned me that I stick strictly to the script. And it is a very choreographed meeting. But those meetings are of significance because they facilitate the civil servants in both sides of the island meeting on a very regular basis, looking at common challenges and issues. And the way that we have built that relationship is through science, because we couldn't talk about political issues on either side of the border in Ireland. We couldn't talk about issues where there was confrontation, because the whole thing would end up in disarray. But what we did was we looked at weaknesses in terms of academic research, in terms of the needs and wants of our people, and use that then as a mechanism to build that bridge across the traditions on the island. So to give you two practical examples of two initiatives that were taken by the environmental aspect of the North-South Ministerial Council. The first one was in the whole area of water, and I had the opportunity earlier this year at the Science for Peace School to talk a little bit about that. So we commissioned, as both ministers, applied research on improving water quality on 3 freshwater basins that cross the border between the Republic of Ireland and Northern Ireland. And we worked and provided the resources to the scientists. But most importantly, we actually gave the tools to the communities to actually enforce the policing of the water quality within those 3 catchment bases. Because the difficulty is, first of all, the water catchments were across 2 jurisdictions. 2 jurisdictions where maybe there wasn't the type of respect that was needed for the rule of authority in either jurisdiction, particularly by some elements of the communities. So rather than relying on the enforcement of law, we gave the tools to the communities themselves to actually enforce the regulations on the ground, explaining to them what the standards were, explaining to them how water quality was being damaged and the measures that they themselves could take, right from primary school level, right up to the farming community, to actually improve the water quality in those catchments. And we've been hugely successful in doing that without taking the legal approach, without taking the top-down approach, but taking it from a community level up, using science, scientific research, and using scientists on the ground, applying that research, working with communities. The second initiative that we took was in relation to air quality. Now, you would think that a small rock on the west coast of Europe doesn't have a problem with air quality. but we commissioned research for the island of Ireland that showed that 6 people every day on our small island were dying as a result of the consequences of poor air quality. And a huge part of that was the burning of fossil fuels in homes, leading to a deterioration of air quality in domestic homes across our island. And we took an initiative to look at taking dirty fossil fuels out of our heating systems across the island. And one of the initiatives that I had the honour of driving forward within my own jurisdiction was the carrying out of deep retrofitting of homes of older people and of young people with asthma, older people with chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, and young people with asthma, carrying out a deep retrofit of their homes. And we found as a result of that, by carrying out those deep retrofits, removing the fireplaces from homes, removing solid fuel and fossil fuel from being burned in those homes, we found that those young people and older people were presenting less in hospital, were presenting less to their GPs. When they did present to hospital, they were spending less time in hospital, and they were being discharged rather than to a step-down facility back into their own homes. And the prescribing of antibiotics to those 2 cohorts of people fell dramatically. So by using science, by using scientific evidence to build relationships with politicians on 2 sides of a divide, we were able to actually improve the health outcome of our own people throughout our island. So the point I want to make here is that in areas of conflict, there is always a commonality. There is a commonality of challenges there. And by using science, by using scientists and scientific research, we can build a common objective, a common goal, and work together to achieve that. Thank you very much.
So we can open the floor now for questions. I had to, I was supposed to talk about the Science for Peace schools, but I will open the floor now, and then I will give the data about Science for Peace schools and how it happened, and when is the first session, the second session, and everything. So if there is any questions, please.
Hello. Hello, hi.
Oh, yes. Please, please.
Hi, thank you so much to all the panelists who were really interesting remarks, and I'm loving the references to Michael Jackson at the end of a speech. My question is kind of related to some of the questions in the morning about a question of incentives and how incentives influence outcomes. So I think all the panelists spoke about disarmament. Ambassador Duarte talked about the obscene figures that go into weapons and armament and that whole industry. Now, I think we're all familiar in the room in the history between scientific development and the military. You know, lots of technology developments have come out of military-funded research, the internet being one of the most sort of recent well-known examples. So I guess my question is, do we see the nexus between sort of nation states, militaries, and scientific development? And if science wants to bring about more peace, is science hindered by the fact that its own sort of industry and ecosystem is reliant on these sort of funding structures and these incentives? So how do we lending on all your experience in diplomacy or in parliamentary work or in other fields, how can we work to change the structure? Do you see this incentive problem also sort of being a fundamental problem, and how do we work to change this group of incentives? Otherwise, I fear is that we're sort of stuck in the same loop. And in today's world, with nationalism on the rise, we're sort of seeing it becoming sort of more and more problematic and more and more difficult. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Very good. Your question basically is going to make me start talking about Science for Peace, because it is exactly what we are talking about. If you want to tell me what is the incentive, here it was science. 10 years ago it was land for peace. And I'm talking here about focusing on the Middle East crisis itself. There is a change in term. The term was Science for Peace. And to let you know, it came up from the IPU. Anybody will tell me anything else, I won't believe it. Because it came up by sheer coincidence in the deliberation in the IPU between two members. I was supposed to talk about 4 models that we worked on. My Secretary General told me no, talk about 2 only, the announced one. And then I will give you here what happened. Exactly what is Science for Peace schools. Basically, the IPU has the only committee around the world that it is ongoing committee between conflicting parties. I am the secretary of this committee. It's called the Middle East Question. The committee name is the Middle East Question. I've never seen a committee ends by a question, because when you talk about the Middle East, you cannot have it in a normal term. So it is the Middle East Question, which nobody knew how to answer since 1978, when this committee started. Until 2012, the committee was a circus of blame. Israelis enter, Palestinians fight, Turkish fight, the meeting ended in 5 minutes. In 2012, there was a decision to cancel this committee, exactly as we wanted to cancel the committee of North and South and Cyprus. There was no need for it. We were talking about this through one committee called the first committee, which is on disarmament and peace. But the Secretary General at that time, he hired me. He said, do you have any idea? I was the veteran, the only one who attended the peace process in '91 in Madrid. I spent around 15 years in my life in Madrid, and then in Israel, in Palestine, Gaza, and those things. And then it came in 2001, I said, okay, listen, there is no peace here. Apparently, peace is just a very romantic word. It is just in the photos of Renoir, Monet. In reality, there is no. We only want to coexist. Forget about romanticism. Forget about this era. Now, we went to the art of abstract, surrealism, very aggressive art. Romance and peace and love, it's a hippie concept. I'm a very practical. I don't want you to kill each other. What do you call this? You call it peace? Okay. You call it coexistence? Okay. In 2012, we started a new format of discussions. We make incentives. So we asked the Israelis, okay, what do you want? Oh, you know, I don't want terrorism, I don't want this. We asked the Palestinians, what do you want? They said, I want this, my freedom. It's a very complex matter. So we started by a trick. From 2012, we started to see how can we enter, what will be the incentive. I just want to tell you, and I have to admit, science, we were not looking for science. Like CERN, we're not looking for the internet, or we discovered science in peace. We made a round table. We wanted to see how can we get together. We discovered that the only thing that we can talk about here is peace. While we are talking about peace, I discovered that all the members of parliaments, they don't know anything about science. I talked to Professor Hoyer. He was the director of CERN, and Professor Schopper. So I said, this is the time. I have everybody, and they don't know anything about science. They will listen to you. And that was the first time ever we got Bahrain, Emirat, Egypt, everybody, Saudi Arabia, everybody, and the Israelis in one room, and we got Professor Schopper and Hoyer, and I asked them, please don't embarrass us in front of the scientists. After they leave, let's fight. They gave us 2 hours of silence. They told us about CERN. It was very big. So we said, okay, why don't we go to CERN? And let's make the bus. Let's put the people who doesn't have blood like Bahrain and Emirat with Israel. And the people who still have blood like Palestine and Egypt and those. Even Egypt has a kind of signed a peace agreement, but there is no real peace. There is no. You know, so we did this. And then we went to CERN. Then they all joined one thing in common, the ignorance of science. And I said, oh, very good. Let's do this. Why don't we talk about one simple question? Can science turn elements of conflict to reason for coexistence? Like water secrecy, like power, like this? Can scientists really answer this? Or we have to go to Wall Street to ask a trader there to invent some funds for something like this? Why don't science initiate this? Apparently there was a Sesame project. There was CERN as an example. We built on this. In 2016, it was the first round table on water. And after this, countries started communicating together. In 2017, we have the second round table. And that was the emerge of concept of peace based on the incentive that science will be the incentive. Future will be the incentive. Our experience proved that with all the time. Then it came a time in 2018, they said, okay, you are out, parliamentarians are out, now it's the government and the intelligence and this and this, the big boys will play in. Okay, I'm worried about the big boys. They don't know how to play. They will hit each other. So we had to be there as advisors. And then it ended by peace process. This is a pragmatic thing happened. And we were very decent. We didn't talk about it because we still have a big issue called Palestine. We still have a big issue called the Palestinian people that we tend now to forget. Like Somalia, nobody remembers Somalia, by the way. It's a conflict that when you talk about, we don't remember. We don't want to remember Somalia. We tend to forget Djibouti, those kind of things we don't need now. And Palestine, how can you see that the competition between crises of the Middle East? Where should we think, Palestine or Syria, or Iraq, or Lebanon, or Yemen, or Libya, or Tunis? What the hell is it? There is a competition between crises here. So we said, okay, let's bring those people, all of them, and let's come to just see what science can provide. So it came the idea of the establishment of Science for Peace schools. So the first one in November, we are getting members from parliaments around the world, around 40 people, like 4 from each continent. They are going to live together in CERN. We are going to get professors. We're going to talk about water, new water. Why don't we make the water pie bigger instead of fighting about the water? Rivers are dry. You know, if Jesus came now, he won't find the river. There is the river there where Jesus was, nothing. It's empty. So definitely he will be upset because there is no water. And definitely we have to find a solution. So let's try in this first Science for Peace school, we are going to get all conflicting parties together. They live 1 week. And then we will see how can we come up with really talking about new water. Scientists like Michel Jarod and all those people, they have to come and help. And we are opening this for 1 week, and then after this we will get parliamentarians. And then we will see how can from here we get a model legislation for support. So yes, science is the incentive, and it's neutral. And under the umbrella of science we can do lots of things. Because as scientists can make, again, biological weapons, they can make also peace by providing really solution for elements of conflicts. And this is our trial. The first school will be in November, the end of November in CERN in Geneva. And it's a unique event. And we are asking the media, the press to come to see. And then based on this school, we are going to create a parliamentary network on water with everybody from Iran, Saudi Arabia, everybody. Let's talk about water, and then we can discuss anything later. The second round table, the second Science for Peace schools, it will be here, but it will be bigger. Instead of having 40, it's going to be 60. And it will also talk about reasons for coexistence. Again, when I said about peace, that I doubted the term, I wasn't kidding. Honestly, I wasn't kidding. There is no peace. Don't start to put the bar very high. Let's only accept coexistence first. And if we want to know what is coexistence, let's start by a very simple principle. Don't kill me, because I will not kill you if you kill me. And this is like the balance of power where you have nuclear countries. The only way of their existence, they tell you that I have nuclear weapons because this is the only safeguard for my existence. Korea, the only safeguard for their existence, nuclear weapons. If Iraq had nuclear weapon, I don't think they will dare to touch it. And now we are blaming countries like Iran. Oh, she shouldn't have nuclear weapon. Oh, this is really controversial. If you say that you have nuclear weapon to prevent yourself from a nuclear attack because there is a total destruction, what type of life is this? So anyway, I will just finalize here because there is a bell going to ring, and before the bell, thank you very much, really. It was a great pleasure. You will really help us. I will have to leave to Geneva, and I am really honored to have all the parliamentarians here, and really from my heart, thank you very much. Van, thank you very much for everything. Michelle, thank you for not ringing, but I am stopping now. Thank you very much.
I would like to make an announcement. Just after this meeting, this roundtable, it is right now, we are inviting Professor Duarte, President of the Postgrad Organization, to plant a tree on behalf of the Postgrad Organization in our Nobel garden. And I would like to invite all of you to come with Professor Duarte in order to plant the tree together. Thank you.
We resume at 3:30.
You were amazing. Not like me.
memorize the First World Science event, reminded us about the Nobel Prize of Science, and supported International Year of Basic Science for Sustainable Development 2022. group khoa học sáng hôm nay ạ. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The talk of knowledge will start in a few minutes, and with his memorize the First World Science event, reminded us about the Nobel Prize of Science and supported International Year of Basic Science for Sustainable Development 2022. One, this is the Torch of Knowledge. Please a big hand for the Torch of Knowledge from 5 students of specialized school. Và bây
Science and Technology. You have his speech. You have a version of his. So the charter was distributed during lunch. I hope you got it. And his speech will be in French, but you have the translation in English, which is being distributed now. So be sure that you have it with you. The questions can be either in English or in French. If you speak French, ask directly the question in French. If it is in English, I will try to translate it to you. So Michel Larive will be the first speaker. He will be followed by Professor Sergio Duarte, president of the Pugwash organization. You were already part of the last panel, so you were already introduced. And the next speaker will be Mohan Munasinghe, past vice president of the International Panel on Climate Change, IPCC, Peace Nobel Laureate in 2007. We are very happy to have him. Yes, you can applaud him. And also so here you have two distinguished Nobel laureates for their contribution, Sergio Duarte to the Pugwash organization and Mohan Munasinghe to the IPCC. And finally, last but not least, you will have Robert Sebag, who will discuss the occurrence of pandemics yesterday, today, and tomorrow. This is a very important issue. We can applaud him also. So we'll start first with Michel Larive. It is natural to start with you because it's in some sense a continuation of the roundtable on science, peace, and disarmament, and of what we had yesterday on the dialogue between science and policymakers. So, Michel, you start in French, as I said, and you have the speech in English. And I hope that there will be time for questions. Yeah. Michel.
Well, I will start my speech in English just to tell you that I will continue in French as my mother language, the one I know best in order to express my feeling and the environment, the meaning of words is very important. But rest assured, I borrowed the technique of Ambassador of France delivered yesterday. You have on your table the complete translation of my remarks in English. Thank you for understanding. Mesdames et messieurs, en vos grades et qualités, je tiens tout d'abord à exprimer le bonheur que j'ai d'être ici parmi vous. Je suis très sensible à l'honneur qui m'est fait de m'exprimer devant vous sur un sujet aussi sensible que celui qui nous intéresse aujourd'hui, la science et l'éthique. Je voudrais aussi remercier la République du Vietnam pour son accueil formidable et saluer l'organisation de ces 18e rencontres du Vietnam avec une pensée particulière pour mon ami Jean Tran. Excuse-moi. Nous, acteurs politiques, désignés comme ceux qui agissent en tant qu'acteurs individuels ou en tant qu'acteurs collectifs, impliqués dans le processus de prise de décision à tous les niveaux, nous avons l'immense honneur, autant que la lourde responsabilité, d'édicter les règles de droit qui régissent la vie en société et civilisent les relations entre les individus, quelles que soient leurs conditions ou leur niveau de fortune. Assurer l'épanouissement humain, sa santé, son bien-être matériel, autant que la paix civile, doit être notre idéal. Réduire les inégalités dans le monde doit être notre chemin vers cet idéal. Plus largement, la période que nous vivons nous commande de protéger notre maison commune, la Terre, dès lors que les équilibres fragiles entre l'homme et la nature garantissent notre survie. Pour accomplir cette lourde tâche, émettre des avis et prendre des décisions éclairées, nous devons nous appuyer sur des données scientifiquement établies. Les opinions n'en seront que plus étayées et les décisions mieux acceptées. Le développement extrêmement rapide des nouvelles technologies et leurs conséquences actuelles et futures sur nos sociétés nous incitent à jeter des ponts entre les acteurs politiques et les scientifiques. La science est la méthode que nous choisissons pour mieux comprendre notre monde et les règles qui le régissent. Il s'agit, avec la culture, de la meilleure protection que nous ayons contre toutes sortes d'obscurantisme. La science nous permet de concevoir tous les outils nécessaires pour répondre aux besoins humains. La science doit être consacrée au progrès de l'humanité de manière sûre et durable, aussi bien en termes de protection de l'environnement que d'utilisation des ressources. Au-delà de cela, le développement scientifique doit tenir compte des dimensions morales, intellectuelles et spirituelles qui régissent les sociétés humaines. C'est pourquoi nous incluons non seulement les sciences dites dures, mais aussi les sciences sociales, comme l'anthropologie, la psychologie, la sociologie. Enfin, la science est un moyen puissant d'anticiper les crises et de planifier les évolutions futures. De tout temps, la science a participé au développement des sociétés humaines. Nous devons organiser le suivi de la recherche scientifique afin d'avoir une vision globale de la connaissance scientifique et d'être le plus conscient possible des conséquences positives et négatives de tout progrès technologique. Nous devons donc veiller à ce que les scientifiques puissent faire leurs recherches et trouver des applications avec intégrité et en respectant les droits de la personne, avec comme seul objectif l'intérêt de l'humanité, afin d'améliorer notamment son bien-être. La science doit être considérée comme un bien public et son accès comme un droit humain. Cela signifie que tous les pays en développement dans le monde devraient recevoir des produits et de l'expertise des pays les plus avancés. Nous devons aider la plupart des gens à se familiariser avec ces connaissances plutôt que de les craindre et d'éviter les questions que la science soulève. D'autre part, la communauté scientifique elle-même doit respecter la responsabilité de l'action politique et veiller à ce que ces travaux soient exécutés d'une manière humaine, sociale, écologiquement responsable. Les données de la recherche scientifique, qu'elles soient grandes ou petites, et indépendamment de la discipline, devraient être accessibles, interopérables et réutilisables. Comme l'a écrit le Conseil international de la science notamment. La communauté scientifique a la responsabilité d'être vigilante face aux conséquences potentielles de ses activités de recherche et de développement, y compris de ses travaux sur la santé, la sécurité et l'environnement. Elle a également la responsabilité de sensibiliser l'humanité et la communauté réglementaire mondiale aux effets secondaires néfastes des applications scientifiques au moment de leur découverte. Enfin, l'approche scientifique devrait être l'un des langages communs de la diplomatie internationale. En effet, la science n'appartient pas à une culture ou à des personnes en particulier, elle est basée uniquement sur la reconnaissance et sur l'analyse des faits. L'être humain moderne est le résultat d'une coévolution avec son environnement. De cet empirisme symbiotique du désir d'émancipation de la nature, les techniques utilisées relèvent d'un processus anthropologique. Il est indéniable que le développement des sciences et des technologies contribue à améliorer la qualité de vie des êtres humains. Mais cette augmentation exponentielle profite de façon sélective à l'humanité. Au-delà des barrières de l'ignorance, la loi du marché et les profits que certains individus peuvent tirer des découvertes scientifiques décident des bénéficiaires des progrès technologiques. Le cas est évident dans le domaine de la santé. Alors que les pandémies ignorent les frontières, l'accès aux vaccins est différencié selon que l'on soit riche ou pauvre. Nous devons ne pas laisser la science et les technologies qui en découlent créer des injustices dans la société, ni permettre aux structures économiques d'élargir ces inégalités. L'Anthropocène dévoile de profondes modifications des conditions géophysiques dans lesquelles se développent les sociétés humaines. La crise climatique génère par l'excès d'activité humaine de profonds bouleversements géopolitiques et génère, encore une fois notamment, un flux migratoire croissant. La confrontation de la nécessité de la survivance des uns et l'avidité frénétique des autres ne peut qu'aboutir à une déflagration de grande ampleur si des solutions humanistes ne sont pas proposées. Notre façon de déployer la technologie pourrait aussi porter atteinte à la dignité humaine et aux libertés individuelles. Les autorités compétentes devraient donc examiner très attentivement ces risques lorsqu'ils délivrent des autorisations pour de nouveaux produits qui peuvent porter atteinte à ces droits de la personne. En particulier, certaines tendances de la recherche visent à améliorer les capacités sensorielles, motrices et cognitives des êtres humains, ce que l'on appelle la convergence NBIC, qui décuple les possibilités. Nous devons aborder ce sujet très sérieusement, même si l'approche initiale tend à utiliser la technologie pour guérir ou même réparer les êtres humains. Nous devons nous prémunir contre le danger de déviation idéologique qui conduirait à un nouvel obscurantisme. Le développement de la science et des technologies doit nous permettre de mieux lutter contre la pauvreté, de mettre un terme aux famines qui frappent régulièrement une partie de la population mondiale et de garantir l'accès sécurisé à l'eau potable à toute l'humanité. La science et les technologies doivent contribuer au maintien de la paix et à la concorde entre les peuples. Nous ne devons pas entraver le progrès technologique, ni scientifique. Nous devons protéger les populations d'un éventuel avenir dystopique engendré par la déshumanisation systémique. Prenons le cas de l'intégrité physiologique et psychologique, surtout de l'être humain. S'agit-il ici d'une humanité augmentée ou d'un humain simplifié? Et si un jour la science réussit à concevoir ou même à prédire la conscience, quel serait alors le statut ontologique d'un tel être? La technologie lui permettrait de développer une pensée critique et donc une opinion, puis d'atteindre le statut d'être de culture. Et conformément à ce déterminisme, elle pourrait s'organiser en société, perturbant ainsi les modèles humains, sociaux et sociétaux. Nous avons le devoir de nous pencher sur ce genre de dérive. Autrement, il pourrait y avoir un monde dans lequel l'homme renonce à l'humanité. Les défis sont énormes. Il est donc nécessaire de réguler les technosciences, c'est-à-dire la recherche scientifique orientée vers l'application technologique des connaissances, à travers un arsenal juridique au niveau international. C'est dans cet objectif que j'ai proposé une charte éthique internationale de l'usage des sciences et des technologies, ceci sur une base éthique commune pour le développement d'une nouvelle législation internationale qui réglementerait l'utilisation des technologies émergentes. Alors, il ne s'agit pas ici d'un contrôle fort, car nous le savons, la science et la technologie, tout comme les processus économiques et même culturels, possèdent un dynamisme propre. Mais nous devons trouver un moyen de faire en sorte que la science ne conduise jamais à une violation de la dignité de l'être humain. Une telle réflexion exige des espaces relativement libres, des pressions de progrès toujours plus rapides. Si les nouveaux outils technologiques peuvent être un véritable moyen pour transmettre le savoir, l'usage d'algorithmes ne doit pas être au détriment de l'esprit critique. L'éducation, en particulier, pourrait être aidée des nouveaux moyens mis à notre disposition, mais doit être défendue contre la saturation des outils technologiques et des objectifs économiques. Cette charte vise à protéger les droits fondamentaux et à prévenir tous les risques de discrimination et d'exclusion induits par l'utilisation de nouvelles technologies. La transparence des processus et la sécurité, en particulier la sécurité des données, tout en assurant la protection nécessaire de la vie privée des données personnelles, sont considérées comme essentielles. Cette charte offre une protection contre d'éventuels dysfonctionnements face aux nouvelles découvertes, telles que l'intelligence artificielle et ses applications, en particulier dans le domaine de la robotique. Par exemple, elle s'intéresse à la responsabilité juridique de ces nouvelles entités. Cela soulève la question de savoir si nous voulons conférer un statut juridique à l'intelligence artificielle et aux robots, comme cela, je le rappelle, a été fait au Parlement européen. Le thème de l'amélioration humaine, des technologies bio et génétiques, de la diffusion des nanotechnologies, de la révolution quantique ou même de la géo-ingénierie sont également abordés, car ils représentent de grands défis pour notre avenir et nécessitent un nouveau type de régulation internationale. Comme un certain nombre de rapports d'information l'ont déjà recommandé, la Charte introduit un principe de vigilance, réflexivité, signifiant la capacité de questionner régulièrement, dans un processus méthodologique et délibératif les nouveaux objets technologiques, comme les algorithmes et l'intelligence artificielle notamment, pour lesquels les procédés employés doivent rester explicables et le contrôle humain doit être possible en toutes circonstances. Alors, j'ai eu l'idée de façonner cette charte éthique à l'intérieur d'un groupe de travail de haut niveau sur la science et la technologie à l'Union interparlementaire que j'ai fondée au sein de cette union. J'en étais le président fondateur encore ces dernières semaines. L'éthique est comprise dans son acceptation à grande échelle, notamment en ce qui concerne la protection des droits de l'homme et de la dignité humaine, mais aussi dans le domaine économique. Ce texte s'appuie sur des documents et des chartes existantes. Nous ne réinventons pas la roue. Il y a des chartes qui existent, notamment comme celle de la Déclaration internationale des droits de l'homme, la charte de l'UNESCO sur la bioéthique et la protection du génome humain, ou sa recommandation sur l'éthique de l'intelligence artificielle et son projet de rapport sur le principe de protection des générations futures. Je parlerai même de la charte des cultures, qui est très très importante. Nous savons que la perception que nous avons de certains sujets évolue au fil du temps. Cette charte est donc conçue comme un document évolutif qui peut être modifié au besoin. Je livre donc à la réflexion universelle, sans exclusivité aucune, cette charte. Merci.
Thank you, Michel, for introducing your work and this charter of IPU, the Interparliamentary Union. It's a great privilege for us to have the first presentation of this charter, which is still a draft, if I understand. It can be enriched, criticized, and we are here to do that. So I invite you either to ask questions to Michel on what he just said, or on the content of the draft that was distributed during lunch, if you had the time to read it, because we have a busy schedule, I know that. So I see already Sonia. You can speak either in French or in English. So first Sonia, and then Madame Le Guludec.
Okay, thank you very much for the presentation of the charter that we have read carefully during lunchtime. I think it's an excellent initiative. I have several comments. The first comment is that there are some problems, il y a quelques problèmes of translation, apparently, between the English and the French version. One of them is in the rational approach. We may sometimes, I'm quoting, be tempted to be satisfied by a few summarized or biased analyses. Summarized and biased is not the same. Summarized, we need summaries precisely. We need briefs, policy briefs. So when you look at the French version, it's translated by sommaire. Sommaire is not summarized. It should be something like uncompleted. Sommaire has a negative sense, so it should be like uncompleted, not summarized, because precisely there is a need for good summaries. Okay. This is my first comment.
Well noted.
Another comment is, first of all, we are very happy, I mean, from UNESCO side to see that the two declarations of 1997 on the human genome and the one of 2005 are quoted. You quoted orally the recent one on artificial intelligence and principles, but I don't see it in the text. So did you add it during lunchtime, or I don't see it in the text? Because normally it should have been under Article 6, when mentioning tools and technologies used by human beings have gradually transformed our society. I don't see, je ne vois pas dans cet article 6 artificial intelligence, l'intelligence artificielle. C'est là qu'il faut citer la déclaration. C'est à ce niveau-là. Mon troisième et dernier commentaire, c'est qu'en fait, I think that in Article 4, regarding monitoring and evaluation, something, because this is really a real opportunity to do it, something should be mentioned on the creation, whenever possible, la création quand cela est possible, de commissions parlementaires on science, technology, and innovation. And this is very important because, you know, in many countries it's missing. And the fact that it's missing will just not create the opportunity to discuss issues within a parliament, within parliamentarians. So this is really important, and I think it should be under Article 4, monitoring and evaluation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sonia. So, Michel.
Je vais répondre là-dessus. Alors, sur les problèmes de traduction, tu me dis quand tu veux. Ah oui, tiens. Sur les problèmes de traduction, je suis bien d'accord, et c'est pour ça que je me suis exprimé en français.
So there might be translation problem, which means that the French version is the reference version. Yeah, the French version is the reference version. So the translation was made here for practical reasons because people do not understand. They do not all understand French, but there may be problems with the translation. Okay.
Après, pour la version anglaise, dans le groupe de travail, nous avons ici Denise Nogden, il y a Sarah Atia, il y a Madame, excusez-moi, j'ai peur d'écorcher votre nom. Et donc, tout le monde, tous ces parlementaires ont travaillé ensemble, et la construction de cette charte a été établie par 23 parlementaires représentant l'ensemble du globe. So avec des différentes cultures.
It was a collective enterprise to write this charter with people with parliamentarians from distributed all over the world. 5 continents.
Donc des gens qui viennent de partout. Donc eux aussi voulaient avoir leur sens de compréhension et livrer leur pensée à l'intérieur de ce texte.
So they each had their own interest and concerns, so it is a collective work.
Et donc, en tant que président, j'ai décidé d'accepter absolument toutes les remarques, c'est-à-dire d'accepter toutes les réflexions pour respecter toutes les cultures du monde.
So finally, as president, Michel Larive accepted all suggestions in order to reflect the culture of everyone in the world.
Sur l'UNESCO, c'est cité, Madame, l'UNESCO dans le propos liminaire. Regardez-le devant. Dans les articles, effectivement, peut-être que ce n'est pas cité expressément, mais il y a plusieurs versions. Vous n'avez peut-être la version anglaise, elle n'y est pas, mais sur une version, ceci est cité.
So UNESCO is cited in the introductory document. It is not cited in all articles, but basically the credit to UNESCO is given.
Voilà, moi en tout cas, je tiens ici, et je ne les ai pas mentionnés, à remercier tous les parlementaires donc, des 23 pays représentant les 5 continents qui ont travaillé sur ce texte pour essayer de produire quelque chose qui puisse être capable d'être livré, notamment pour la première fois aujourd'hui.
So Michel wants to thank the 20 parliamentarians coming from the 5 continents to produce a document which is a draft document which is presented for the first time here with obviously some, it's not a final document, so there are still some errors and things to be corrected.
Et comme l'a dit Michel, l'objectif d'aujourd'hui, c'est de confronter ce document à votre appréciation. Donc merci Madame de faire ces retours et à l'appréciation de tous les scientifiques que vous êtes. À vous de critiquer et de nous dire ça n'est pas assez précis, ça n'est peut-être trop précis, vous avez oublié ceci, c'est à vous. Nous sommes là pour recevoir la critique, mais avec grande joie, j'ai envie de dire.
So thank you, Sonia. This is exactly what Michel wanted, is to have reactions from the audience, scientifics and other culture, to this document, to improve it. This is a draft document. So we go now to Dominique Le Guilledec.
D'abord, un grand merci. Thank you, because it's important that such text exists. So, merci beaucoup. A few remarks. The words deontology or conflict of interest are not cited. And I think research needs money. And fight against conflict of interest are measured. Second, very quickly, you speak about explicability of intelligence, artificial intelligence. For me, this is a snare. No doctor can understand the algorithm and the complexity who exist in these tools. Third, in Article 8, you say that we must guarantee the human responsibility of organizations of control of these tools. But it's not only of organizations of controls, but of users also. La responsabilité des usagers, de ceux qui utilisent ces techniques, est extrêmement importante. Et enfin, une remarque mineure, dans votre annexe, vous ne parlez jamais de vulnérabilité et de handicap. Et ce sont des mots qui comptent. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you, Dominique. This is very interesting. Michel will reply.
Oui, merci madame. Sur les conflits d'intérêts, ça n'est pas mentionné conflit d'intérêts. Comme je l'ai dit tout à l'heure, 23 parlementaires représentant 5 continents s'expriment. Et il y a des mots, je vais vous donner juste un exemple. Et ça aussi, je l'ai accepté. J'ai voulu, dans cette charte, qu'il y ait une mention de l'égalité des sexes. D'accord ? Le mot sexe a dû être retiré pour mettre le mot genre, parce qu'un député n'a pas voulu qu'il soit inscrit dans la charte le mot sexe. Eh bien, j'ai été d'accord avec ça, pour respecter tout ceci. Donc, si vous voulez, le mot conflit d'intérêts n'y est pas, mais quand vous lisez la chose, vous comprenez que quand je dis que le marché ne doit pas gérer la chose, j'explique quelque part que je n'ai pas envie de voir de conflit d'intérêts. Première chose, sur l'intelligence...
Just I translate. So we had to accommodate different sensitivity from all over the world. For instance, conflict of interest is not accepted at the same level everywhere, and gender equality even is not accepted at the same level everywhere. So he did what he could.
Oui, non, je continue sur l'intelligence artificielle. Il ne s'agissait pas du tout d'expliquer l'intelligence artificielle, mais d'expliquer l'outil qui est livré aux consommateurs, c'est-à-dire notamment quelques algorithmes, de manière à pouvoir avoir une transparence sur cette intelligence artificielle quand elle est donnée par une technologie précise. Parce que vous avez complètement raison, personne ne peut comprendre l'intelligence artificielle aujourd'hui puisqu'elle est évolutive par essence. Donc, vous voyez.
Okay, so you are right. Artificial intelligence is not explainable because it is evolutive and cannot, by definition, cannot be really explained. We try to do the best to involve the users, but so this was the idea was to promote transparency.
Le truc, c'est surtout sur les utilisateurs, c'est-à-dire l'utilisation qui est faite de l'IA. Un produit technologique contient de l'IA. On doit informer l'utilisateur de ce que fait l'IA sur ce produit.
We must inform the user on this product by telling the truth.
Voilà, mais pas sur l'ensemble de l'intelligence, et vous avez raison. Ensuite, les organismes des usagers. Alors, je suis assez d'accord avec vous, mais pour moi, la première responsabilité, elle est quand même sur celle du fabricant. D'accord ? Mais les organisations d'usagers doivent avoir aussi un retour, mais la première responsabilité est celle du fabricant et de celui qui va faire de l'argent avec.
So we need certainly user organizations, but the first responsibility is the responsibility of the producer.
Et la dernière chose, et là vous avez complètement raison, parce que j'ai la charte en tête, vous comprenez bien un peu, pour l'avoir écrit d'abord dans mon cabinet, nous n'avons pas assez appuyé sur le handicap, et ça c'est quelque chose qu'il faudra faire. Je vous remercie parce que vous venez d'ouvrir une piste de réflexion future sur la charte. Merci madame.
Thank you for mentioning the handicap. It's really something which is missing in the document. This will be improved. Mokhtar, you wanted to say something?
I just want to hear. Sonia was one of her questions that wasn't answered. I would like to repeat it. As she was saying, and whenever possible, to initiate a setup for parliamentary commission in science and technology, beside other kind of committees, which is like for education and culture and finance. That was her question that she was asking about the special committees, the importance of having a parliamentary special committees on science and technology as we have on education. She will translate in French, and then, but I have one question just before giving her. Just please.
No, I give to Sonia first.
Thank you, Mortar, for having...
En français, comme ça sera fait.
Merci, Mortar, d'avoir soulevé ce point. Effectivement, moi, c'était pas vraiment une question, mais une proposition que je faisais pour l'article 4 qui porte sur le monitoring et l'évaluation. En fait, l'idée était de rajouter à la fin, bon, en français, donc je l'écris en anglais, et quand cela est possible, mettre en place dans les parlements des commissions, parce que ça n'existe pas dans tous les pays, des commissions ou des comités, comme vous voudrez, dans les STI, qui soient à côté des autres comités, parce que dans un très grand nombre de pays, il y a des comités, mais qui sont uniquement, par exemple, éducation, des comités finances, des comités culture. Il n'y a pas de commission ou de comité STI. Et ça, c'est un manque très important.
Merci. So to universalize the implementation of special in parliaments of committees for science and technology.
Ok, je vais répondre à ça. Vous avez tout à fait raison. Et là-dessus, pareil, ça a été une négociation avec d'autres pays. Parce que certains pays m'ont rétorqué, mais nous n'avons peut-être pas la possibilité de faire ceci. Donc, par contre, il y a d'autres solutions qui ont été trouvées. Je pense notamment à Monsieur le Président du Parlement arabe qui représente 22 pays et avec qui j'ai eu une visio et qui me disait que ça pouvait se faire peut-être cette chose-là au niveau transnational, c'est-à-dire que plusieurs pays pouvaient créer cette commission. Chez nous, en France, ça s'appelle l'OPEX.
So it's true that some small countries have said that they have difficulties to implement a special committee on science and technology. The community is not large enough, but by grouping small countries, you can maybe achieve it. It's clear in France we have one committee like that. Mokhtar.
So thank you very much. When we're talking about a charter of ethics regarding science and technology, I'm very happy that we are here surrounding with many scientists, but my question is, who's going to talk about ethics? Is it parliamentarians? Ethics for parliamentarians will be driven from legislations. I'm worried, and until now, I didn't receive a good definition of what do we mean by ethics. Do we mean to control? Do we mean to this? So I would like, this is my first question. The other remark, this is, Monsieur Larive is advisor now for the IPU. All whatever remarks and intervention, they should be written and given to us, and we will give it to him to work on it. Again, I'm very, I would like to understand what do we mean here by ethics? From where it's driven.
So this is the last question. So the question is first, what is meant by ethic? And the second will be to try to make a summary of what was said and give it to IPU for further work.
Marine et Michel, il est très très important de bien traduire ce que je veux dire. Parce que par rapport à l'éthique, vous dites exactement, et Denis est là, les autres parlementaires sont là pour appuyer ce que je veux dire, c'est que l'éthique est vue différemment que l'on se trouve à Dublin, à Paris, à New Delhi, je sais pas, à Addis Abeba, à Tokyo. C'est-à-dire que l'éthique...
Apparently ethics is a word which has not the same meaning in all countries. It is very different from one country to another and from one continent to another.
Et par respect pour toutes les cultures du monde, encore une fois, il nous a fallu trouver un corps commun, le respect de la dignité humaine, pour pouvoir dire voici l'éthique. C'est pour ça que je l'ai résumé sur ces trois phases. L'intégrité humaine, la dignité humaine et aussi la raisonnabilité économique.
Okay, so we had few key words. on responsibility, dignity, and so on. Annabella, I think.
Yeah, it's Mabel, and I'm a scientist, and as politicians need the best advice based on science, I need to read it carefully in order to make a good advice. But I really don't understand how the parliamentarians came about to this charter. Were the scientists involved? Were you assessed by scientists, by bioethicists? Or how did you come about to make this chart?
Oui, nous avons été aidés par des scientifiques, notamment notre ami que nous n'avons pas assez cité, et notamment une organisation reconnue dans le monde entier qui s'appelle le CERN.
So CERN, through individuals, contributed to help IPU to set up this charter.
Voilà, et donc c'est quelque chose qui est proposé par des politiques et qui a été établi avec l'aide de scientifiques, notamment du CERN, et qui est maintenant en phase, elle n'est pas finie, elle est en phase de retour vers les scientifiques, et après vous, on les proposera aux philosophes, aux artistes et au peuple.
Okay, so this was just the first step. CERN was in the first step. Now it will be more largely diffused, this conference, but also to the other scientific communities. And finally, it will be communicated to philosophers, to social sciences.
Artists and people.
Artists and people. I think we have to stop Gabriela, because it's Gabriela.
Thank you very much. Just one thing, the easiest one, and it's when you are mentioning Isaac Asimov principles. Yeah. I don't speak that language, so I would really suggest that you include a footnote, just spelling out the principles. That's the first thing.
Not the front page. Thank you very much for that.
No, wait. That was the easiest thing. The other one, and I'll be very, very brief. I'm very happy to hear that you will also include social scientists and academics from humanities. It's so important because CERN is so good, but then you need the counterpart of the advisor of social science and humanities. Then,
well taken.
And then to finish, I didn't have the time to read everything, as another speaker said before, but then in the annex, there's something maybe you can just explain, because you say that it's very important, the inclusivity, right? The diversity, that it avoids segregating or stigmatizing any users, that the design is appealing to all users. Should I do in French? It's just very rapidly.
I think Michel Larive is staying with us. He's available to discuss with you privately. I think we have to stop now, otherwise.
Okay, I just finished my point, please, Michel. The point is that are unprivileged social identities included in the whole process? That is the point. Not only is this design appealing to them, but were they involved in the whole process? Thank you.
No, we stop now. Okay, thank you, Michel. And again, he is available. He is coming for that, to listen to you and to have special discussions with each of you, if you wish. Thank you very much, Michel. This was great. It was a great event, an opportunity to have an interaction between an international organization, Interparliamentary Union, and the audience. Thank you very much, Michel. And we move now to Sergio Duarte. You heard him already in the keynote speech in the session on disarmament and peace. Now the floor is yours. You can say what you want. We will listen carefully.
How long do we have?
20 minutes, and then 10 minutes question.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. When I received the invitation to speak about ethics and disarmament, I remembered the inscription there is on the wall on First Avenue in New York in front of the Secretariat building of the United Nations. And what is inscribed there on the wall is a quotation from the Bible, from the book of Isaiah. And it says like this. It says, They shall beat their swords into plowshares, and their spears into pruning hooks. Nation shall not lift up sword against nation, neither shall they learn war anymore. Now, this was written some 8,000 years ago, and I think nations did not learn that yet. There is another maxim that is very important for the behavior of a human being. It is known as the golden rule that says, do unto others as you would like them to do unto you. And this again, this you'll find in all major religions. You'll find this in Taoism, in Buddhism, in Islam, in Christianity, and in all major religions, this kind of teaching. But these teachings have been neglected over the ages. Humanity has not yet adhered to these principles. But these are a powerful call to statespersons, to policymakers, for putting into practice a profound ethical commitment to peaceful relations among people and among nations. We know that law derives from moral precepts, and the development of international law over the past few centuries is firmly rooted in ethical principles like the ones that I have evoked, and that have evolved from the interaction of different societies. Mankind has not been spared hardship. Vietnam is a case in point. There was strife here in this country for several years in the antiquity and in modern times. And elsewhere, the lot of many other nations has not been different as they look for emancipation and for national unity. The commitments are inscribed in the Charter of the United Nations, particularly Article 2 of the Charter, which says that all members shall refrain from the threat or use of force against the territorial integrity and political independence of any state. This treaty and these principles have a long history. In the Middle Ages, after the treaties of Westphalia in 1648, this ended the wars in long wars. 100 years war was ended by these treaties in Central Europe. And several philosophers like Kant, like the Abbot Saint Pierre, like Jean-Jacques Rousseau, they have dealt with that. And they have also shared all these philosophers share the argument that lasting peace and security would be attained by means of understanding among rulers in order to prevent wars and ensure defense against common foes. That was the idea of collective security. It evolved there. If we take it like in the computers, fast forward to 2 centuries later, the Declaration of St. Petersburg was adopted in 1868 and is recognized as marking the birth of international humanitarian law. And it established the principle that the use of weapons that useless aggravate and suffering of both civilians and combatants is unjustified. And this principle is at the heart of the Hague Conventions of 1899, 1907, the Geneva Conventions, and the additional protocols to that. But in spite of all these principles and ethical principles and all enshrined in international law, in the 20th century we had 2 wars that engulfed most of the world. And at the close of the second of these wars, we had the most cruel and most indiscriminate weapon ever invented, the atomic bomb. That instant killed with two bombs only 2 little bombs, killed instantly about 150,000 people in 2 cities, Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Considerations of ethics were also in the minds of the scientists who made possible to harness such destructive power. Robert Oppenheimer, after the Trinity test, which was the first test of the atom bomb, was quoted as saying quoted from the Bhagavad Gita, the Indian poem, said, "Now I'm become death, the destroyer of worlds." And he felt very bad about that, and he was eventually disgraced in the United States because of his feelings about what he had done. In 1955, some distinguished scientists, among which Max Born, Joseph Rotblat, Frédéric Joliot-Curie, Hermann Müller, Linus Pauling, Hideaki Okawa, they joined with Bertrand Russell and Albert Einstein to sign the manifesto, a manifesto that called on scientists to appraise the perils that have arisen as a result of development of weapons of mass destruction. And the appeal that they made in this manifesto is still eloquent today. They said, remember your humanity and forget the rest. And it was this manifesto that inspired in 1957 a group that included other scientists, some of these that had signed the manifesto and others, and founded Pugwash conferences on science and world affairs in the little village of Pugwash in the north of Canada, in the province of Nova Scotia. Pugwash brings together scholars and public figures to work towards reducing the danger of armed conflict and to seek solutions to global security threats. Pugwash is credited with playing a useful role in opening communication channels during the Cold War, providing background scientific support to the negotiations of partial test ban treaty, the Treaty on the Non-Proliferation of Nuclear Weapons, the Anti-Ballistic Missile Treaty, the Biological Weapons Convention, and the Chemical Weapons Convention. And in more recent times, Pugwash has concentrated on nuclear non-proliferation and disarmament and reinforcement of security in several regions, including the Middle East. After the war in 1945, the political configuration that emerged after the war added a new element of unpredictability and uncertainty to the international security scenario and revealed the increasing inconsistencies between international law and the evolving strategic, tactical, and logistical realities. And regulation of the use of force by states became an imperative. And in the aftermath of the war, in San Francisco, on June 26, 1945, the Charter of the United Nations was signed. The opening words of the Charter says, "We, the peoples of the United Nations, determined to save succeeding generations from the scourge of war." Now this is a reminder that it is people who are telling nations how they should have behaved in their relations with one another. The preamble of the Charter reaffirms faith in fundamental human rights and seeks to establish conditions under which respect for obligations under international law can be maintained, as well as to promote social progress and better standards of living for everyone in larger freedom. Over the past decades, the UN has played a major role in defining, codifying, and expanding the realm of international law, including in what regards the behavior in war, the law of the sea, outer space, human rights, and other domains. And unfortunately, however, other pressing issues, such as the protection of the environment, the use of scarce natural resources, international crime and violence, changes in social and economic conditions, emergence of sectarian terrorism, and massive population movements, among other questions, are still not adequately addressed in international regulations. And one of these problems is nuclear disarmament. According to the Charter, the General Assembly is competent to consider the principles governing disarmament and the regulation of armaments. But the Charter does not mention the nuclear weapons, for a very good reason. It was adopted roughly 3 weeks before the first atom bomb was tested in the Los Alamos desert in Nevada in the United States. But the dramatic impact of the use of these weapons against the two Japanese cities was behind the unanimous adoption of the very first resolution of the United Nations, the General Assembly, less than 6 months after the attack on the Hiroshima and Nagasaki. That was resolution number 1 of the General Assembly, which created a commission, and I quote, to deal with the problems raised by the discovery of atomic energy, and the Assembly requested that commission to make specific proposals for the elimination elimination of atomic weapons from national armaments. But unfortunately, the animosity and mistrust between the two major powers of that time, the United States and the Soviet Union, prevented any agreement on that. And meanwhile, nuclear weapons started to proliferate. They started proliferating with the first atomic test in Nevada, Trinity test. Then the USSR acquired its own capability in 1949. Other states were following suit, United Kingdom, France, China, until 1964. These 5 states are recognized in the Treaty on Non-Proliferation of Nuclear Weapons as the nuclear weapon states. And then afterwards, in 1704, India in 1704, Pakistan in 1988, and the People's Republic of Korea in 2003 also carried out successful experimental detonations. Israel is widely believed to possess nuclear weapons, but does not officially deny or confirm it. And these 9 nations have not ceased to develop and increase the number and the destructive potential of their arsenals. In 1996, an advisory opinion of the International Court of Justice stated that the use of nuclear weapons should be generally contrary to the principles and rules of international humanitarian law. And the court also decided that states were under an obligation to pursue and conclude negotiations leading to nuclear disarmament. But of course, this is an advisory opinion of the court. It's not binding on any states. But there is a clear moral obligation for them to do so. Also, other weapons have been banned based on humanitarian principles. I'm not going into that, not to prolong this exposition. Chemical weapons, biological weapons, restrictions on mine use, restriction on certain weapons that have indiscriminate or excessive harmful effects, these were all banned. The recognition that came in the review in the 2010 review conference of the Treaty on the Non-Proliferation of Nuclear Weapons, and the final document of that conference expressed the deep concern. It was unanimous. It was a consensus decision. Deep concern at the catastrophic humanitarian consequences of any use of nuclear weapons. And the document also reaffirmed the need for all states at all times to comply with applicable international law, including humanitarian law. And that recognition was the basis for the convening of 3 international conferences on the impact of the use of any use of nuclear weapons. Scientists participated in that, statesmen, diplomats, and international organizations participated in those 3 conferences. And the third one, the summary that closed the third of these conferences, the chairman concluded, inter alia, that the impact of a nuclear weapon detonation, irrespective of the cause, would not be constrained by national borders and could have regional and even global consequences, causing destruction, death, and displacement, as well as profound and long-term damage to the environment, the climate, human health, economic development, and social order, and could even threaten the survival of mankind. This was the conclusion of that conference by scientists and statesmen. And then the conclusion also affirmed that no state or international body could address in an adequate manner the immediate humanitarian emergency or the long-term consequences caused by a nuclear weapon detonation in a populated area. Neither could any state provide adequate assistance to those affected. Now, this capacity, the conclusion went on, is unlikely ever to exist. So the final conclusion of that is the only assurance against the risk of a nuclear weapon detonation is the total elimination of nuclear weapons. But in spite of such warnings, so far the international community as a whole has been unable to agree on legally binding, irreversible measures of nuclear disarmament. Instead, they have concentrated on partial measures, mostly designed to prevent new states from acquiring nuclear weapons. And the main instrument for that end has been the Treaty on the Non-Proliferation of Nuclear Weapons. And the other one is the treaty that prohibited nuclear weapon tests, the CTBT. There is, of course, a glaring gap in international law reflecting this inability to deal effectively with nuclear disarmament. The countries that possess atomic weapons seem to interpret the NPT as a license to continue developing nuclear means of destruction for as long as they see fit. Frustration at the apparent lack of interest on the part of those states to engage in a determined effort to eliminate all atomic arsenals prompted a number of non-nuclear countries to promote the drafting of an international instrument to prohibit nuclear weapons, leading to their elimination. And this was the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons, which was negotiated and adopted in 2017 at the United Nations. There are now 89 signatories of this treaty, of which 66 so far have ratified it. But the states that possess the weapons have refused to adhere to it. They say that their weapons are a guarantee of peace and security. This is a paradox that we have to live with. Security, of course, is a paramount concern for individuals and for governments. The quest for security has served to justify many of the conflicts that mankind has known over the centuries. Historically, nations have sought to prevent or counter perceived dangers by taking steps to protect their security, either by themselves or in concert with others. But more often than not, these steps have included efforts to achieve military supremacy, as well as resort to intimidation and sometimes to aggression. In the globalized world of the 21st century, the concept of international security has evolved to encompass many dimensions between war and peace, beyond war and peace, Environmental, demographic, social, and humanitarian issues came to the forefront of international relations. Questions related to the use and preservation of natural resources, the outbreak of ethnic and religious conflict, the problems associated with transnational terrorism, as well as the need for protection of vulnerable groups within societies, came to be recognized as relevant on moral grounds, and their ethical dimension gained increased visibility side by side with more traditional aspects. And despite the retrogressions and imbalances, it is fair to recognize that in many aspects, material prospects for a large part of mankind are more promising today than at any time in history that we have known. In the past few decades, the world has witnessed constant improvements in the patterns of consumption, access to health, increase in longevity, reduction of inequalities, distribution of wealth, and other important social indicators. Multilateral efforts allowed the international community to deal more effectively with some of the challenges of the current times. But unfortunately, common sense continues to be a scarce commodity. A precarious equilibrium based on the possession and irrational accumulation of nuclear weapons by both major and lesser possessors characterizes the current state of affairs.
5 minutes.
A system of international security based on the possession and threat of use of weapons of mass destruction by a few is neither universal nor can it be lasting. Peace and security are public goods that belong to mankind as a whole, and no nation can feel secure unless all feel secure. In the ultimate analysis, I can say that disarmament is a moral question. It is a question of right and wrong, good and evil. In short, a question of ethics. I have been several times in Hiroshima to attend the memorial ceremony to the victims of the atomic attack. It is held every year on August 6, exactly at 8:15 in the morning, the time when the bomb exploded. And in a monument there are a few words that are engraved in the monument. The words say, "Let all souls here rest in peace.
for we shall not repeat the evil. All human beings, scientists, statespersons, scholars, diplomats, students, and the public in general, all of us are morally responsible for working to make sure that such a catastrophe and such evil will never be repeated. Thank you.
Thank you very much, very much. Your message is very well taken, and I am sure that everyone here agrees with you. Now, what can we do? We cannot make a resolution, but we support you in what you are doing. Pugwash is emblematic of working for the well-being of humanity, trying to avoid a major catastrophe. We are really with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So now we have the pleasure to welcome Mr. Mohan Munasinghe, former Vice President of IPCC, International Panel on Climate Change. So he will connect the climate change to biodiversity, to environment, and to ethics, which is the theme of today. Thank you for coming and giving this speech. Thank you. It was great. Very, very.
I had to shorten it.
Yeah, yeah.
Hello, yes. Okay. Ayubowan from Sri Lanka. Xin chào. Bonjour. Greetings. Let me start while they get the slides going. I am going to talk to you about sustainability and ethics. The time is very compressed. I have a lot of material to show you. I will simply highlight the material that I have on the slides. If you want more material, please ask me for the slides and you can go through them in some detail because there's a lot of stuff here. So I'm an old friend of Vietnam, and I want to thank the organizers and especially Professor Van for inviting me here. It's a privilege to address global leaders of the scientific and development community. In a post-COVID world, many countries are seeking to resume past economic growth and development. In the longer term, they wish to achieve sustainable development, including economic prosperity, social progress, and environmental protection. Ethical values have a key role to play, and I will describe the balanced, inclusive green growth path which shows us the way forward. So let us act now together. First, which among the many global issues will block us? You have poverty and inequality, you have resource shortages, financial sector collapse, conflicts, unethical, unsustainable values, and of course climate change, which is the ultimate threat multiplier because it makes all the other problems worse. Multiple problems are interrelated. Our responses are very uncoordinated. So this is a huge problem. We need integrated, comprehensive, and ethical strategies. How do resource limits and inequity block sustainability? This is a diagram of the concept of the biocapacity of the planet. In 2012, if you added up all the human burden on the ecological capacity of the planet, you would need 1.5 planets. By 2030, at this rate of progress, we will need 2 planets. Clearly unsustainable. Who is doing this consumption? It is very unethical and unfair. The top richest percentile, 20 percentile of the world's population are consuming 85% of resources, 60 to 70 times more than the bottommost 20 percentile. World's military expenditures, 2 trillion in 2020, and assistance to poor countries are only 160 billion, okay? Very much less. 1% of the rich own more wealth than the remaining 99%. 1% of the rich emit 175 times more greenhouse gases per capita than the poorest 10%. And the billionaires during the COVID crisis actually increased their wealth by enormous amount while the poor went hungry. If you put these two panels together at the top, you will see why there are broken promises for the last 75 years from 1947, because the rich are already using more than one planet, so there are no resources really to help the poor. I have pointed this out to many global summits, and the leaders of the world were very unhappy with this because they are always making these promises. So in 1947, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, very fine document. In 2015, the SDGs, which is our last hope, the 17 SDGs were already contained in that original document. So we have not made much progress in 75 years. IPCC, let me very quickly tell you what we in the IPCC have shown you is that global warming is proven, okay, in spite of the skeptics. In the future, continuing climate change will cause great harm, and the poor will suffer the most, which is unfair and unethical because they did not cause the problem. But there is a ray of hope. Sustainable development is the best way to combat climate change, because by bending the curve of sustainable development and integrating climate strategy into the development strategy, we can not only combat climate change, but also poverty and hunger and all the other things. It's an integrated response. Now, what are the key concepts that have shaped this conclusion? In 1992, I presented in the Rio Earth Summit a framework for balanced inclusive green growth, BIGG, which is the Sustainomics framework. And in this, ethical principles have a key role. The first core concept is rather simple. It's like climbing a mountain. It's called making development more sustainable through empowerment. In other words, we can't see the mountain peak because it's a bit mysterious, sustainable development, all this. But we keep climbing uphill and we reach the peak eventually because many of the things that we need to do are obvious. When we leave this room, we switch off the light, we turn off a tap, we plant a tree. So there are many things we can do at the individual level, at the corporate level, at the national level, and so on to make this work. There are some personal ethical guidelines that make for sustainable decisions, and personal ethical values provide an internal framework which is much better than external rules and laws to tell us what to do. So I won't go through the risks. You can take my slides and see that. There's service to community, respect for nature, honesty, integrity, and so on. At the firm level, for example, also, collectively we have ethical values framing corporate social responsibility, ESG, sustainability accounting, a triple bottom line, and so on. The second core concept of Sustainomics is the triangle for balance and integration. That is, for sustainability, we need, of course, economic prosperity. Otherwise, there's no other way to raise the poor out of poverty. But we also need to protect the environment, and we need social empowerment and inclusion. And any topic can be analyzed in all three dimensions, including climate change and so on. How can ethical approaches enhance these assets? Certainly, we need efficient least cost production because economically we want to maximize output. But at the same time, we want to minimize material use to protect the environment. And we need equity and meeting people's needs in an ethical way to meet the social dimension and to build what is called social capital, because that is the glue that binds society together. It's one of the most important things. The third core concept is also important. It is in our own minds through innovation and fresh ideas. And the most important one is to replace unsustainable, unethical values with more ethical concepts, starting from the youngest age of children. But we also think in terms of multidisciplinary terms, in terms of the whole globe, not our backyard, centuries rather than days or years, and so on. How do wrong values cause unsustainability? Because we are starting with unsustainable social values like greed, selfishness, corruption, and violence. That has caused a model of economic maldevelopment, where you have unsustainable growth which is based on debt. Just think, our grandparents actually saved much more than we did, and we are benefiting from that saving. What have we learned? Exactly the opposite. We are borrowing from our grandchildren so we can live better. But what about our grandchildren? They will have to pay a huge environmental debt as well as a financial debt. And the less environmental resources you have, the more conflict. So the cycle goes on. The social values get corrupted. You have to break this cycle. We need to transcend disciplines to address sustainability values. I think it's very important that you have very diverse sustainable development issues, and you need all of the disciplines combined, including ethics, and that is what the course I teach in Sustainomics also teaches people what to do in this respect. Transcending stakeholder boundaries. We can't leave everything to government. Governments are less and less capable of solving this. So business and civil society and the scientific community must do more, must actually push governments to do the right thing, okay? And this is more activism. And the final core concept is very simple: implement, implement, implement. As a scientist, I'm also guilty of producing many plans which are on the shelf. So we must implement more. In my framework, there are many case studies and best practice examples. If you get in touch with me, I'll show you all over the world what we have done. Now, why do we need balanced, inclusive green growth? It's to avoid global systems collapse. And very quickly, I will show you here that on the vertical axis, we have plotted basically the climate risk, here economic development level. So if you're poor, you have very low greenhouse gas emissions per capita and also very low GDP per capita. If you're rich, you're up here. You have high emissions above the safe limit, but you're also rich. And the middle income countries are here. Now, the triangle here is very unbalanced, okay? This is a huge problem in the current state of affairs. So the first step we did, in the 1990s, we discovered that we had to restore the triangle. And the first step was to balance economy and environment. This is called green growth, right? And if you are a rich country in the OECD, you can continue to develop. You can have a good life, but you can reduce your material consumption by enormous amount using modern technologies and digital technology and so on. For the middle countries, you do not follow the profligate path of the rich. We find this tunnel, and we reach the same point. And this is also using these advanced technologies. So that is the green growth path. And balanced inclusive green growth, we bring social side in by following pro-poor inclusive green growth policies, right? And that is where ethical approach is very important to include also the poor. This works for food, water, energy, many kinds of resources, not only greenhouse gas emissions. Just to tell you, look at food consumption. 800 million people are starving, but 1/3 of the world's food production is lost, mainly in the Western countries. And if you look at this family, they can continue to have a very good life, but they can do with less packaging and less wastage, and that is the sustainable way. This is SDG number 12. If you think of this poor family, it's a different path. Their consumption has to be increased, but along a more sustainable path so that it is more ethical, okay? And so you have different paths for different countries in this model. Just to something more interesting, which is in Brazil in 2012 during the Rio +20 summit, I met with a group of musicians on the beaches of Rio, and we formed an organization called Sustaino Musica. And that is the music of sustainability. And through this, we are reaching millions of young people who cannot listen to these kinds of boring presentations in closed lecture rooms. And through music, we bring them the culture of sustainability. And finally, let me also show you about sustainable consumers and producers, that scientists can support this, that you have a small group of sustainable consumers consuming sustainable products, and by allowing this model to spread through society, you can have an ethical society. Traditional markets for all people, organic markets, but young people can use online markets. We have many who are marketing sustainable products. And I believe here that scientists can help us to achieve this global vision, where we are trying to achieve gross national happiness beyond gross national consumption, right? And this is something I've worked, for example, with the Kingdom of Bhutan. Sustainable development goals have to be prioritized to each country, okay, because it's not the same model for each country. Ethical scientific analysis can contribute to sustainability because as scientists, we do not follow the dictionary definition of somebody who is an expert in the sciences. We need to think more broadly about a transdisciplinary approach, economy, society, environment, and so on, and getting involved in governance. It's not just the role of managers. We need to demand ethical approaches and make sure that business and civil society are engaged with government. So as scientists, we have a much better role to play. And I think Vietnam can become a role model leading the way, because you have the economic, social, and environmental attributes. You can be a sustainability leader in Asia, certainly, a connector connecting the South and the North and the East and the West. And very importantly, there is a new multipolar world emerging, which is replacing the old unipolar world, which is very militaristic. And the reason that I say this is not ideology. It's very much ethics and sustainability. Just as much as we feel that a more equitable distribution of wealth and income is important, a better distribution of global power and subsidiarity, passing responsibility to the lowest level, is very important. Everything cannot be controlled by one central power or force. And if you look in the past so many years, the economic center of gravity of the world has moved from 0 AD like this in the 1950s towards the West, but moving back to Asia. And I feel that Asia has a leadership role in the 21st century. In Sri Lanka, I wrote a report called Sustainable Sri Lanka 2030 Vision and Strategic Path, and we talked about economy, environment, and society, and balanced, inclusive green growth path. But let me end by saying, watch out for potential surprises. There's climate change, various environmental and resource shortages, geopolitical shifts, including nuclear war, which the previous speaker emphasized. And that is the ultimate disruptor of all. Economic crisis, technological disruption. I think ethical scientists have a very key role to play. And let me end by telling you that we need to harmonize ourselves before we harmonize the planet. It's not only work and jobs, but also your health and fitness, and finally, family and community. That is an ethical, well-balanced person. That triangle is very important. So my final message is there are multiple global problems. We can solve these problems together. Governance systems are important. We need to work with business and civil society, and ethical approaches can play a key role. This is the last blessing from Sri Lanka. May the rains come in time, which is environment. May the harvest be bountiful, economy. May the people be happy and contented. May the king be righteous, social. So many hundreds of years ago, my ancestors knew about the triangle. I'm just rediscovering it today. If you want to get in touch with me, this is where I am, Munasinghe Institute for Development. We have much information and other things. Stuti, Kamun, Mercy, Merci, thank you.
Thank you very much for this inspiring presentation, really inspiring and well in line with the subject of the theme of this conference. Thank you very much. This was really inspiring and will help us to have a very good takeaway from this conference. Great presentation. So we move now to the last speaker, Mr. Robert Sebag. So I just tell you who he is. He is board member of Action Contre la Faim at Merieux Foundation, at Positive Planet, and at the Friends of the Global Fund Against HIV, AIDS, malaria, and tuberculosis.
But I work also in hospital. Don't forget the most important one. Okay. I arrived two hours ago from Paris after 22 hours. I'm a little tired, but I know that you will finish the day with me, and I hope I'm not going to be boring. I am very happy. Thank you, Van, to invite me again. This is the third time that I am here. And what I love here is the spirit of this meeting. The spirit is it's a mix of many scientific people. I am myself medical doctor and specialist on infectiology, but I meet physicians, chemists, and sociologists, and political people, and I think it's very important. But also, you know, Vietnam, for me, 2 years of my life, because just after the war, I spent 2 years here in this country, and I know in Ho Chi Minh City and in Hanoi as a medical doctor for the French embassy. And it's a very difficult time, but I have seen the evolution, the so positive evolution of the country, and not only in terms of development, but human development, and I meet many colleagues and have the opportunity to come back. Okay, I think it was impossible to escape to pandemics in a scientific meeting today, because after what we have with COVID. But you know, before COVID, the majority of people, even medical doctors, say, okay, infectious disease is not so important. It was just after, before HIV. And I think now with antibiotics, with all these things, okay, it's not really a problem. But we have seen now, it's sort of comeback of infectious disease. And the purpose of our very quick communication will be pandemics yesterday, because it's something new, what we are living today, because it's not finished, and perhaps the risk of tomorrow. And I think it's also a link with Mahan. Very quickly, yesterday, I take the example of 6 pandemics in the past. I rank by the number of deaths. I am sorry, not in terms of... The first one was the Black Plague during the 14th century. It was about 200 million deaths. And plague is not finished. Plague is not finished. We have some, every year in Madagascar, we have some epidemic of plague. Just is not finished. The second one, I put the Spanish flu. You remember after the First World War, Spanish flu was something very important also between 1918 and 1920. It was 50 million deaths. The third one is HIV. HIV was a pandemic all around the world, and you know, it started in 1980, but perhaps before. I put also smallpox. I will come back about monkeypox, but don't forget smallpox. Before we have a very important one, smallpox of the New World, what we call 25 to 50 million deaths during the 16th century. HIV, I told you. COVID-19, in terms of deaths, perhaps around 15 to 17 million deaths with COVID-19. And also we have also a new plague pandemic during the 19th century, 12 million deaths, even in France, in Paris. Just to tell you, it's not something new, it exists. And now, today, okay, today, COVID is impossible to escape. COVID-19, but just before, if you remember, we have the COVID, I will tell you, one or SARS-CoV-1 in China. In China, if you remember, 2003, 2004, a very strong respiratory, 800 deaths, mainly in China, and some cases in Canada, very contagious disease. And a few years later, we have another coronavirus epidemic, is MERS, Middle East Respiratory Syndrome, coming from Saudi Arabia. It was a big epidemic in Korea. It was a person coming from Saudi Arabia in South Korea. And we have also, but for the COV1 in China and MERS, the origin was very clear. It was a coronavirus coming from the bat, and we found the intermediary host. You know that from the bat to the man, you need another animal. For MERS, it was a camel, the dromedary, and for the COV1 in China was a civet, a small rodent. But now for the COVID-19, perhaps you will have some question, we didn't find the animal. Just to explain the crossing of species between animal and man is very close to the COVID-19 of the virus that we found in the bat. Okay, you have seen, you know everything of COVID-19, but what is important is the capacity, that is very well known, the capacity of virus to give some mutation. And if you remember, we had the original one from, we call Wuhan 1, we have the English one, the Alpha, we have the Beta from South Africa, we have the Brazilian one, Gamma, we have the Delta in India, we have a Kappa also in India, and South African, the Omicron with BA1, BA2, BA4, and BA5. And now what we are living, and Madame Picudedec, perhaps you will add something, we are mainly on the BA5 is dominant. Just to tell you, I don't want to come back medically speaking about the virus, but it was something very important one, and it's a pandemic. What is a pandemic is touched all around the world, and we have seen cases, millions of cases of this virus with some deaths. And the problem of this COVID-19 was many cases were asymptomatic and without any symptoms, and also you increase the contagiosity of this virus. And you know, after 1 year, first, you know the explanation of the virus with two steps, the step of multiplication of the virus during 7 days, and after a sort of immunological crisis, you know, what we call the cytokinic as big rain of immunity, and for some people with comorbidity, very old people also, they died from this virus. We found after 1 year vaccine. And I think a few words about the vaccine, because for an infectiologist, and we know what brought the vaccination in the past, if you take poliomyelitis, diphtheria, tetanus, and so many other vaccines, was very big progress in terms of public health. And we found after 1 year, but with a new approach, mainly a new approach with mRNA vaccine, you know, coming from BioNTech in Germany and Moderna in the United States, and quite very efficient. But we have seen some refusal in many countries with many people. And it was very disappointed in my country to see so many people. Globally, we immunize 80%, but we have seen also a sort of group of people against this immunization. And it was not rational at all. And something against, they're afraid about the progress, afraid about the new technology of RNA. And it was very difficult for us and for all the people to explain is no risk according to different study. And we face really some difficulties. Very quickly, it's impossible to speak about pandemics, but what would be the risk tomorrow? I think, and we thought it's very important, is now to take the concept of what we call One Health. It's not only human health. You have human health, animal health, and environmental health. And you say something about, and we know that, for example, climate change in France, in Italy, in many countries, and we have not a lot, but few cases. I have seen in my department in La Pitié-Salpêtrière in Paris, some autochthonous cases of dengue. The same for Zika, same for chikungunya, because the vector is here. But biodiversity can play a role. If you take Lyme disease, you know, transmitted by tick, little, you have an increase of hot season, and you have much more cases of Lyme disease. Even it's not always very easy to make a diagnostic and to make a treatment about Lyme disease. But also in terms of climate change, we have to see the risk of migration of population. I think in terms of global health, migration of people is a very important health risk. I give you many examples. If you take, I take Vietnam as a country. In Vietnam, you have a very rich area, not far away from Ho Chi Minh City, the Mekong Delta, very rich in terms of culture of rice. But now with the increase of the level of the sea, you have a salinization, salty of the earth, and you have a decrease of production, not too much, but the same in Bangladesh. If you take Africa, you have a succession of food and drought, sécheresse and flood. And the people, they want to migrate for nutritional problems. They can, and you know that migration of population due to climate change, due perhaps to political, to war, to something else, but in terms of disease, and I will give you an example, TB, tuberculosis. When I was medical student, TB, we say, okay, don't worry, TB is finished. Now, tuberculosis is 10 million people per year all around the world, 1.5 million deaths by TB. And for TB, you have active TB, you are contagious, you have the disease, you receive a treatment. Now we have some cases of resistance. But you have more than 2 billion people, what we call latent TB, with a BK, core bacillus within the body. They are not contagious, nothing, no symptoms, but in case of modification, in terms of stress, in terms of co-infection, they will go from latent TB to active TB. And we have seen much more with migrant people because the change of the life, the change of the daily life, the change of climate, and the psychological shock. Another example, mental disease. If you see some country, Maldives, many little islands in Pacific, we know with the increase of level of the sea, it's a possibility of they can disappear. They construct many things to prevent, but they know, you can imagine which type of anxiety in terms of depression, in terms of decomposition, psychosis, depression, because they are born in this country, they have children in this country, and perhaps one day they will leave the country. If you take the capital of Maldives, it's a big circle, the same level of the sea, 1 meter more, disappear. And I meet a minister from Maldives, he say, okay, we think and we try to, what could be the future, where goes this population? And this is also a risk of mental health linked to climate change. I forget to tell you also all the new diseases. When I was medical student, you know, I didn't know, I put some example, I didn't know many diseases. I didn't know Ebola, HIV, Western Nile virus, chikungunya, monkeypox. Okay, monkeypox, something new. Monkeypox was very quickly, monkeypox was an animal disease till 1970, mainly in Africa. It was animal monkey, because monkeypox, but some rodents. And it became human disease after 1970. We knew, and now we have, now in Europe, by chance I think now is stabilization, we arrived all around the world to 60,000 people with monkeypox. Monkeypox is not smallpox. You can cure after 3 weeks, you are not, but very contagious one, and by chance, we have a vaccine. Imvanex, it's a vaccine, a third-generation pox vaccine. But I say to the people, if you are born before 1979, you receive smallpox vaccine. It was mandatory in that time, and you are protected. Only these people. But just to tell you that suddenly we face another disease with specific population. I don't want to come back on this one. But we know also that with the climate change, the permafrost in Siberia, we know that within the Earth we can have some big virus, a new bacteria resistant. And a few years ago it was a case of anthrax in Siberia when they discover the body, a frozen body of an animal, and anthrax was inside. And some people were just to tell you, in fact, we have to be very, very cautious about infectious disease. It is not finished. It is not finished. Even COVID-19, I have seen, Madame Guillard, perhaps you will agree with me, today, now in France, we have every day, not severe cases, 18 to 20,000 new cases, reality a little more. The incidence of the disease is 180, you know, and we have people, and we have around 30 deaths per day. Okay, with specific non-immunization, they don't receive the booster, but it's not finished. The circulation of virus is here. We have to wait for what will be. This virus is pandemic now. We hope that it will become perhaps endemic as flu vaccine with perhaps an immunization is another debate. I just wanted to share with you that infectious diseases are not finished. In the past, we had one. We have to be very vigilant and cautious about the future, and the risk is there, and mainly also with the climate change. I think this point is very important. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Robert. We have time for a few questions. We have 10 minutes. So are there questions either to Mohan or to Sergio or to Robert? Michel, you had already enough. Questions? Reactions? To any of the three. I discard Michel. No question? Okay, so we thank all of you, Sergio, Mohan, Michel, and Robert. Thank you very much. It was an inspiring session. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, man.